2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability of
City
other
Council
individuals to view
will begin shortly. I need everyone to please start taking their seats.
Adhere to these rules will be subject
Everyone,
to
please
removal
start taking
from
your
the
seats.
remainder of the meeting
City
by the
Council will
Sergeant
start
at Arms.
shortly. Thank you.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of the meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include...
Good morning, City. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to City Council. I need everyone to please start taking their seats. Everyone, please start taking your seats. The meeting will start shortly. If you could please silence your phones as well. Thank you.
5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings.
Good morning, members of the City Council. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log into your devices. Thank you.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the
Good
portion
morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to City Council. I need everyone to please start taking their seats. Everyone, if you're standing up, can you please be seated? Also, please make sure your phones or any electronic devices are on silent or vibrate. Thank you.
Judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms, such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazard, as determined by the sergeant at arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability of other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere will be subject to removal.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. The meeting will begin momentarily. In the meantime, please find a seat, silence your listening devices, and use your inside voices when you're speaking. Please be courteous of your neighbors. Thank you.
Seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazard, as determined by the sergeant at arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the sergeant at arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council.
profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud.
Good morning, City Council. Good morning, City Council. Please log into your e-device. Please log into your e-device at this moment. If you need help logging into your e-device, please raise your hand. We will be getting started shortly. Again, please log into your e-device. You don't want to be the council member that holds us up for our beginning vote because you did not log in properly. If you forgot your password, please raise your hand and we'll come and help you reset your password. Again, don't be the council member that holds us up. Please log into your e-device at this moment. You like that, Michelle?
Or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant-at-Arms.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings,
2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meetings.
Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please lower your voices. Silence. Shh. Thank you. The council meeting will begin shortly. Please have a seat, silence your listening devices, and lower your voices. Thank you.
Four, backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5, firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant-at-Arms.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings,
2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, The Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times, that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability of other individuals to view or hear the proceedings.
Good morning. The council will come to order. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
The quorum is now open. The quorum is now open. Please use your e-device. The quorum is now open. If you need support on your e-device, please raise your hand. All right, I will now take those who have not used the e-device. Alderman Laspada.
Present online.
Oh, not in chamber. Alderman Hopkins. Hopkins is present. Alderwoman Dow. Dow is present. Alderman Robinson. Not present in chambers. Alderman Hall. Not present in chambers. Alderman Beal. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Ramirez. Ramirez is present. Alderwoman Coleman. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Taylor, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Tabares, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Scott, Scott is present. Alderman Villegas, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Mitz, not present in chambers. Alderman Riley. Riley is present. Alderman Knudsen, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay, not present in chambers. 39-11.
There are 39 members that are present, So we do have a quorum. There are 3 alders that have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm the online presence of Alders Mitz, LaSpada, and Knutson?
Alderman LaSpada.
Present.
LaSpada is present. Alderwoman Mitz.
Present.
Mitz is present. Alderman Knutson.
Present.
Knutson is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please add those 3 members to the quorum roll call. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our invocation, which will be delivered today by Reverend Ashley McFall Aaron from the Lakeview Presbyterian Church.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, like the mayor said, I am Pastor Ashley from Lakeview Presbyterian Church. Every time I speak publicly, I give you a wee clue to my accent because sometimes that distracts people the whole time. So, born and raised just north of Belfast, then spent time in Nashville, Long Island, and Chicago. So it's a wee merge of all the accents. So you're going to get a little bit of everything this morning. So friends, I invite you into a posture of prayer. Holy One, lover of this city and all who call it home, we give you thanks for Chicago, for the lake that steadies us, for the trains that carry us, for the people who show up for one another again and again. We give thanks for Rogers Park and Austin, for Bronzeville and Pilsen, for Hyde Park and Little Village, for Albany Park and Englewood, for Lakeview and Portage Park, and for all neighborhoods in our city where people are caring for one another, caring for their children, checking in on elders, opening businesses, sweeping sidewalks, sharing meals, and building lives together. Oh God, as Juneteenth draws near, we remember that freedom has too often arrived late. We honor the generations of Black Americans whose courage, faith, labor, and organizing bent this nation and city's arc towards justice, even when the journey was long and the cost was high. And in this Pride Month, we remember LGBTQ+ ancestors and elders whose courage made room for others to breathe more freely. We give thanks for those who marched, those who told the truth, those who chose love over fear, and those whose names we will never know, though we live in the shelter of what they gave. Oh God, bless those entrusted with the work of this council. Grant them wisdom when the path ahead is unclear, courage when the right choice is costly, and humility to listen well. Oh God, bless this city in its beauty and its brokenness, in its laughter and its grief, in its ordinary, everyday holiness. And oh God, when this meeting has ended, send us back into the neighborhoods we love to seek justice, to cherish mercy, and to walk humbly with one another and with you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, public comments.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. Our first speaker this morning is Scarlett Johnson.
Please press *6 to unmute.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Scarlett J. Johnson. As she/her pronouns, I'm a resident of the 5th Ward. I am here virtually to stand with Black and brown youth and their families and to oppose Raymond Lopez's racist curfew ordinance. This ordinance will add to already increasing financial burdens for parents in the city who are doing their best to raise children while living through compounding national economic crisis. These fines would devastate the families who are still recovering from and living under years of racist economic and social neglect. The substitute version of the ordinance submitted yesterday as an option for family counseling alternatives over the $1,000 fine it offers. But this counseling cost will still likely exceed the cost of the fine, changing nothing unless of lessening the financial burden to families of young ones in Chicago. These increased fines will do nothing to prevent violations of the rules and the laws this code covers. It will only further the burden of struggling families and generate revenue and debt to the city of Chicago. The mayor's office has demonstrated what's effective in increasing community safety and how to support the development of our city's youth. Invest in community engagement, not higher fines and penalties. The media narrative about teen takeovers is a decade-old racist trope only applying with large number of black and brown youth congregate in public. All the people who put forward and chose to support this ordinance today are telling their communities they do not care to set up young people on the correct path or address community safety concerns, but want to secure for themselves short-sighted political wins. We will not fall for it. I'm urging everyone in City Council today to vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Frank Chapman.
Well, good morning, everyone. This is Frank Chapman. I'm with the Chicago Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. And I, too, will also express my opposition to Raymond Lopez's racist curfew ordinance. As the previous speaker has said, this ordinance outlines that parents whose children commit one of the violations that were mentioned should be held responsible as if they committed those crimes themselves. We're talking about curfew violations, intoxication, marijuana use, alcohol possession of a paintball gun, and any form of toy gun, and also public begging. This ordinance is obviously another attempt on the part of Raymond Lopez and his colleagues to criminalize our black youth and our brown youth at a time when what is really needed is an effective program of increasing community safety by supporting the positive developments of youth that the mayor has invested in terms of our community engagement, not higher fines and penalties. As the previous speaker also said, the same older people supporting this ordinance put forward by Lopez also opposed the mayor's office and progressive orders during budget season that caused the improvements in community safety and the success of young people that we have seen since 2024. It's clear that this ordinance is about punishment, not about public safety, not about making our community safer.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Kendall Moore.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, City Council. Mayor Johnson, I would like to personally say thank you very much. We approached you because there's an HIV/AIDS crisis that is going on in the city of Chicago. There have been tremendous cuts by the Chicago Department of Public Health. The RFP process, it was a mess. I'm here on behalf of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Southside Help Center, and Kalor. I know that there is an ongoing review and there are efforts being undertaken to fully assess the 2025-26 CDPH Ryan White RFP award process and explore potential funding pathways. Mayor Johnson, with humility and in the spirit of collaborative planning, I want to ask whether there may be an anticipated timeline to resolve this issue. CDPH cut the legs from primary care, major powerhouses that have been in the city of Chicago for well over 25 years. We, as well as you, see you on TV, we're celebrating Pride Month right now. The impact of HIV and AIDS in the city of Chicago, it deserves expedient response regarding to the RFP process and refunding those agencies who lost their money because it was done just without no rhyme or reason. Many of your aldermen who are sitting in here, I've talked to them and said, hey, can you talk to Mayor Johnson to put that at the top of his priority list? Not just that, I understand that Fakurdi Wagal now is the commissioner. I have talked to your LGBTQ person personally and have been in communications with him as well. Again, Mayor Johnson, I commend you. There's a lot that you are undertaking, but the black and brown people of the city of Chicago, I am telling you, the impact of those grants that were taken away, Ryan White specifically for the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Southside Help Center, and Kalor, and all of the other agencies that are really being impacted, is going to continue to have a devastating impact on community health comprehensively. I thank you, City Council, for the time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Aaliyah Cates.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Southside Together. I'm a resident of South Chicago, the 10th Ward. Across the street from the Southworks site. Here today to demand that Brandon Johnson and J.P. Pritzker stop the $9 billion Quantum facility immediately. I've always been on the east side my whole life. This is a good community. I'm a mother of 4. I'm currently in school. I'm trying to keep my mind together, but also when they knocked on my door, this was very unsettling. I live down the street from the Quantum facility, but didn't know this was going on. Not from the alderman, not from anybody else. When I heard about the facility, it was very, very unsettling. You can't put this over here without our agreement. You did this without asking us. The community doesn't like this. You are building a contaminated land. The pollution is going to impact the community negatively. It will hurt a lot of people's brain functions, respiratory systems, and birth defects. It's not right. It's going to make everything worse than what it is. We are human and we deserve our rights. This is against our rights. This is against our humanity. You don't care about the community because you don't have to live there. $1 billion in taxpayer money is going towards this facility. My children are 15, 11, 10, and 5. I want my children to be able to play outside and not be scared to be outside. I am not scared to speak up for myself. I want Brandon Johnson immediately to stop the Quantum facility, revoke the existing permits, withhold all further permits for this project, make sure that JP Pritzker stops this project. We need real investments, not quantum computers, not data centers.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Lena G. Reynolds.
Hello, my name is Lena Guerrero Reynolds with the Environmental Law and Policy Center, and I'm here to urge the city to save Chicago's intercity bus station at 630 West Harrison. Here's why this is a good deal for everyone. Intercity bus is growing. After all travel dropped during the pandemic, most transit rebounded slowly, but intercity rail and bus shot back up quickly. DePaul's Chaddock Institute calculated bus ridership at 90% of pre-COVID levels in 2024 and estimate full recovery or higher this year. As gas prices climb and people seek affordable alternatives to flying or driving, the bus is a growing option, going more places more frequently than trains. Public ownership means a better station and community. The old private Greyhound station only served Greyhound buses or special partnerships like Flix and Barron, but other bus companies are interested in joining a public station instead of stopping on the curb. Coach USA, Indian Trails, Peoria Charter, and others. We can centralize service for easy transfers, improve rider amenities, and reduce sidewalk congestion for neighbors. That's why this is such a great return on investment for the city. Even if bus traffic stayed the same, we'd break even on operations costs by charging per bus to use the station. But additional companies make it a win-win. They also plan to bring in new food vendors and other retail, which will boost rent and foot traffic. Land downtown is a hot commodity, but the city negotiated a great deal at below market value. Alderman Conway fought for a smooth transition process, so they're doing it right to begin renovations and beef up security immediately while Flix maintains operations for 1 year. That gives time to find the right operator long term. Instead of an eyesore, a bright new station can be a community hub of activity. But most importantly, this station serves 500,000 people a year. The bus is a vital lifeline that people depend on. People with disabilities, students getting to school, women seeking reproductive health care, LGBTQ residents fleeing persecution, and domestic violence survivors are just a few of the hundreds of thousands who currently depend on this station. Over a quarter of Chicago households have no car, and more should be able to save the money they spend on one now. If the city doesn't step up, riders will have to wait on the corner with no bathroom or ticket counter, exposed to the elements and clogging sidewalks. Greyhound could move their Midwest hub to Indiana, where critical health care is criminalized. That is unacceptable. For too long, the bus has been treated as a mode of last resort rather than the most efficient, equitable, and sustainable transportation option, creating just 1/5 of the emissions of driving. Plane, train, and cruise ship passengers arrive at public facilities when they reach our city. Bus riders deserve the same support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jessica Jackson.
How you doing, Mayor Brandon Johnson? Okay, well, I don't know, because you're not looking well. You're not looking well at all. You look like somebody that's under a tremendous lot of pressure. And you're under a lot of pressure because you've misled a lot of people. You made people think that they got rights and power and authority that they don't have. And now you got to face the reality of that, right? See, the evidence of that is the mere fact that this morning, while we're sitting here waiting for you to come in here, some immigrant with a head wrap on came and had the audacity to tell me, Danny, and Zoe that we couldn't sit there. Somebody who don't even have the right to be in this country gonna tell us where we can sit. That's due to your leadership. That's due to you filling people's head with a bunch of nonsense. So let's cut through the chase. We told you, I know for a fact that I did, that we was coming for these seats. That still stands, sir. All you got to do is look at how the Republican Party is moving. You don't see that redistricting? That's getting some of them seats for Republicans? You don't see that? You don't see how you then had to close your mouth, sir, about all this white supremacy and Trump stuff, because he holding back on that money. That's how come that man that just came to this mic don't have his HIV money, because you don't have no money, because all the money that you had, you gave it to these illegal immigrants. And now the feds ain't giving you no more money. Uh-huh. And while you still sitting there looking like you don't know what I'm talking about that $70 billion that the Republicans on Pennsylvania Avenue just passing that partisan bill to fund ICE for the next 3 years. Oh, we coming for them seats. You want to see what it look like about your seat? Stand up, Danny. There go your seat. We coming for them seats. We're tired of what you're doing. We're tired of looking at that ugly Obama Center that has displaced everybody over there. That's why your made-up preacher this morning didn't pray for South Shore. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Because you're ruining South Shore. You displaced everybody in South Shore, all over on the east side. Whatever this is that she's talking about, this Quantum Center, you could care less. And you're proving to the black community that you could care less. In fact, you're proving to Chicago that you could care less. And so at that poll, we're going to show you that we can care less about you. You got that?
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dalal Musa.
Puerto Rican Culture Center got all the HIV money. 26th Ward. I can give you the papers.
Hi, my name is Dalal. I'm a resident of the 46th Ward. I don't have any thank you. My name is Dalal. I'm a resident of the 46th Ward. I just wanted to bring to the attention that yesterday that there was a zoning change that was passed, and I really think that the city should be looking into residential overcrowding in the Lakeview area in general, or in the north side. There's just not enough room to do, to replace small buildings with units that have over 100. So I'm just thinking maybe the city could look into the development, into the buildings, just to make sure that they're not affecting their neighboring properties. Like right now, I'm going to be affected by a building that's right behind my house, and it's going to be closing up the alley. It's going to be, restricting access for me and for other properties. It's just, I think the city should be looking into this a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jasmine Smith.
Good morning, everyone. I'm shaking. Every time I get up here, I get nervous, and maybe my anxiety is up because it's just disappointing. This whole government body is a circus, and it's a handful of alders that are not clowns in this show. I will not beat up on the mayor because I know it's bigger than the mayor. A lot of things that could have worked for our community and for our youth was shot down during the budget time when it was time to vote for the progressives and the mayor's budget to put money into our communities and our youth. The peace book that was presented by the Good Kids Mad City organizations and many other organizations has not even fully been passed because of who? This body here. And why is that? When that can help our youth and our communities. Then you got crazy wacko aldermen like Raymond Lopez bringing ordinances to be passed to find the parents that are less fortunate. Do y'all know that that's not going to work? And any fool that vote yes on that ordinance, that's exactly what y'all are fools. These parents are not going to pay no $1,000 fines for their kids being caught in the streets or drinking or whatever the case, what else is in that audience. It's a shame that y'all can even keep putting in audience and bogus laws that violates the constitutional laws. Y'all do this on a daily basis. You know who you can find? Find the government that's promoting the music. Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, all of these things that's brainwashing and harming our youth. Find the police officers that are never being held accountable for brutalizing our community, putting the distrust in our community that no one likes them or even care for them or can't trust them. A lot of these kids, mothers and fathers are in prison for crimes that they didn't even commit. Nobody is being held accountable for that. We, the taxpayers, are $1 billion in on civil lawsuits for wrongful convictions. All while fraternal order of police and police are still on the force, getting pensions, getting retirements, and no one is being fined for that. It's so many solutions that we can help our communities and help our kids. I feel for our babies. I'm a grandmother of 2 young black boys and a mother of a gun violence survivor, a young girl that was shot 6 times on the city. Was the police there to find the criminals who shot her? No, they should be fined for that. But y'all talking about fines and money where we do got millions and billions of dollars being put into quantums that we don't need. Millions and billions of dollars put into other entities that's in our communities that we don't need, that's not helping us, it's harming us. So y'all need to do better as a body and stop selling us out.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Justin Alexander Cosby. What's the name? Justin Alexander Cosby.
My name is Justin. I live in the South Shore in the South Ward, in the 7th Ward, down the street from the South Park site. I'm here today because we don't want J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center in our neighborhood. We cannot accept it. Our elected officials aren't listening to us or reaching out to us, so we are coming directly to you. This facility is not for us. The southeast side is my home, and I don't want to have to move because of the pollution, utility hikes, rent increases, and the effect of lake water that it's going to cause. They're digging up contaminated land, and it's doing nothing to fix the issue of the pollution. The Department of Defense's involvement means more policing in our neighborhoods and more surveillance, which we don't need, and you're making our community into a military target. This facility will use enough power to power over 200,000 homes. I just lost power in the storms last week for over 2 days. What's going to happen if you put a giant quantum computer in our grid that's already overstretched and overused and outdated? Are blackouts going to become more common? How much will my electricity bill increase? I'm just a regular guy who doesn't make all that much money, so it's pretty important to keep things affordable. I know how it feels to be evicted, and I don't want that to happen to myself or anybody else. Is that what you want, Brandon Johnson? To make the city unlivable for working people? The facility is costing over $1 billion of taxpayer money, and we should be dealing with problems that are already present in our community and not creating new ones. We deserve investment in resources, not resources being exploited. We're here today to have our voices heard and to show that the majority of residents on the southeast side do not want this development to be built. We do not want the development to move forward, and we're here to make noise because our elected officials have not been communicating with us about what's happening in our neighborhood. But we have. We've knocked on hundreds of doors and heard over and over again from residents that they're against this project. I found out about this facility from Southside Together, not from my elected officials. This facility is not a done deal, Brennan Johnson. You must revoke the construction permits and withhold the permits for the cryo plant and energy substation. You must do everything in your power to stop the facility immediately, and you must give us the investment we deserve. That's why I invite you on August 15th to the Community Over Quantum Summit at Arnold Mireles Academy. Brandon Johnson, I'm inviting you personally. We talked about immigrants. Chicago is actually an international city. This is a place for everybody. Speaking of international cities, I want to make Chicago more like a city, more like New York. where Zoran Mamdani is actually listening to the residents. And he's the most popular mayor in the country because he's listening. Listen to us.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Stephanie Williams.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Williams. I'm a homeowner in South Chicago, 7th Ward. I've lived on the south side of Chicago my entire life. I bought my home in South Chicago because I wanted to invest in my neighborhood. My investment is not just for me, but it is for the future of my family. We all use Lake Michigan water. Pilsen, Hyde Park, South Chicago, Rogers Park. This is Chicago. We all of y'all, all use Lake Michigan's water. And you are now gambling with one of Chicago's greatest resources. Greatest. I have personally walked South Chicago. That Steelworkers Park should never have been an option for a greedy quantum microelectronics park that serves no one. This affects immediate residents of South Shore and South Chicago, as well as the rest of the city. This has direct effect on all Chicago residents, and companies are getting tax breaks, but the community is going to have to absorb that. All of that electricity that these gluttonous electronic data centers absorb goes to the residents. You are messing with our water. You are messing with our electricity. You are messing with our air. Ozinga and all of these unions, IBEW, they're over there tearing up this soil, throwing cyanide, iron, and everything else into the air. Brandon Johnson, you took money away from a housing fund for this project. Talk about it. And trust me when I say quantum ain't coming to spread the wealth. They're not. The Department of Defense will also be residents in quantum. Y'all want that in your backyard? Most of y'all can't get clearance to get a loan. DHS gonna be in the backyard. They're through your cell phones, they're through your airwaves, they're through your computers, and they're gonna be in your backyard. And your zip code will not save you. These data centers are the biggest example of fraud, waste, and abuse. That's my time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment
Thank you. This
period.
concludes our public comments. The invitation for August 15th, my team is aware of it, and it is on my calendar. So thank you for the invitation, Justin. Next up, we have resolutions, but before we attend to the resolutions, I'd ask that we take a moment of silence in honor of the passing of Riley O'Neill and Ms. B. Lumpkin. Yes, thank you. Please stand for a moment of silence for these two Chicagoans. Thank you. Before we get to our resolutions, we have, I believe, 7 acknowledgements. So I would ask that the alders that have designated time for these acknowledgements that we speak with some conciseness. Our first recognition and acknowledgement is Alderman Lamont Robinson. He would like to memorialize John Cyril Mitchell, the former Chief of Staff, Rainbow Push Coalition, and Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr., and acknowledge Columbia College Day. The chair recognizes Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Members of the council, today we honor the life and legacy of John Cyril Mitchell, a devoted public servant and a steady force in the work of justice and equality. Born in Laneham, Maryland, John grew into a leader who carried discipline, humility, and purpose throughout his life. John began his career with the Citizenship Education Fund in the mid-1990s, where his exceptional abilities quickly drew the attention of the late Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. When he moved to Chicago to serve at Rainbow Push and the 4th Ward, he became a vital contributor to the national campaigns for voting rights, economic fairness, and civil rights. His work supported communities across the country and helped sustain some of the most important organizing efforts of our time. Over the years, John rose to serve as Chief of Staff to Reverend Jackson, becoming known as Reverend's trusted and reliable go-to guy. His precision, calm leadership, and tireless dedication made him a part of that great movement. Beyond his professional service, John was deeply committed to his family. He is survived by his wife, Coretta Mitchell, who is here today with us, his son, John Mitchell Jr., and his daughter, Kamala Mitchell. He was immensely proud of them and grounded by their love. John also remained devoted to community service, volunteering annually at the Susan G. Komen Race for Cure alongside his mother, and mentoring young people with genuine care. Today we recognize John Mitchell as a man who lifted others, who served with integrity, and who dedicated his life to advancing justice. His legacy lives on in his family, in communities he strengthened, and the countless lives touched by his work and character. I would ask my colleagues to stand and recognize the Mitchell family. Thank you very much. I'm also honored to introduce a resolution recognizing the extraordinary legacy and continuing impact of Columbia College Chicago. And we have adjusted this presentation based on schedules. I was proud to support the designation of March 5th, 2026 as Columbia College Day in Chicago. For more than 135 years, Columbia College, Chicago, and the 4th Ward has been a cornerstone of our city's educational, artistic, cultural, and economic life. Founded in 1890 by Mary A. Blood and Ida Riley as Columbia School of Oratory, the institution has evolved alongside Chicago while remaining true to its mission and expanding educational opportunities. Columbia's commitment to access and inclusion reflects the values of our city. Nearly 1/3 of its students come from Chicago's neighborhoods, representing all 50 wards and all 77 neighborhoods. The college continues to provide a pathway to achievement for students from diverse backgrounds, including graduates from Chicago public schools, first-generation college students, and Pell Grant recipients. Columbia's faculty and staff have helped generations of students transform creativity into meaningful careers in film, journalism, design, music, theater, business, education, and emerging industries across this nation. The institution's more than 100,000 alumni have strengthened Chicago's creative economy and enriched the cultural fabric of our city, nation, and world. We also recognize the important moment in the college history, the formal installation of its 11th president, Shantae N. Bolton, on March 5th, 2026. The president is with us. Madam President, good to see you. Thank you for being at the helm of this great institution. We certainly need you in days like this. May God bless Columbia College. Colleagues, if you please, will help me in recognizing and congratulating Columbia College.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman Robinson. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Bolton, I also wanted to express my support for this honor today. I do have a small portion of Columbia College in the 3rd Ward and look forward to your continued success and leadership in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Dow. And again, Madam President, we thank you for your presence. Of course, the First Lady, as a proud alum of Community College, you know her whole heart. And thank you, Alderman Robinson, are definitely connected to the work that you're doing. Our next acknowledgement is from Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman. She would like to acknowledge the 80th anniversary of the New Friendship Baptist Church. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I ask and want to honor and celebrate the 80th anniversary of the New Friendship Baptist Church in the 16th Ward at 844 West 71st Street. Joining us today is Pastor Brickhart, Reverend Francis Key Love, Deacon Robert Williams, Sister Bonetta Smith, and Ms. Jacqueline Eli. You all, I think New Friendship is the only church in Baptist history that has ever had only 3 pastors in 80 years. This anchor on 71st Street is so special to us because this is the church that promotes young people and young leadership. I remember growing up being a part of the youth and young adult fan club because of our deep connections to Emmanuel Baptist Church and Emmanuel Christian School. Congratulations to Pastor Bickhart. I know that you are carrying generations of grace, honoring the heritage and building on the future, not only in the Inglewood community, but in the city of Chicago. Congratulations and happy anniversary, New Friendship.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we're going to stay in Inglewood. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore, who would like to welcome the Inglewood Lions football program.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of my other Inglewood Alderman Stephanie Coleman, Alderman Jeanette Taylor, Alderman Will Hall, and who else in Inglewood? That's right, Alderman Raymond Lopez. I just want to say thank you so much. The Inglewood Lions Youth Athletics Program is a nonprofit 501c3 organization dedicated to providing affordable competitive youth football and cheer opportunities for children throughout the Inglewood community. Founded, listen to this, in 2024, the organization began with just 30 athletes and a vision to create a safe, structured, and positive environment for youth development through sports. Their mission was simple: provide Inglewood children access to highly quality athletic opportunities while teaching discipline, accountability, teamwork, leadership, and academic responsibility. In just 2 years, the Inglewood Lions have experienced tremendous growth, expanding from a single team of 30 athletes to an organization now serving 175 youth from across all Inglewood wards and the surrounding communities. This growth reflects the trust families have placed in their program and the commitment of their coaches, thank you coaches, volunteers, thank you volunteers, and the community partners. The major accomplishments that we're talking about today and the impact of Inglewood Lions are more than a football program. They provide a safe space for youth during out-of-school hours, positive mentorship from dedicated coaches, leadership development are opportunities for children to compete at a high level while representing the Inglewood community with pride. Today, the Inglewood Lions stand as a model of what can happen when a community invests, Mr. Mayor, in its youth from 30 athletes, again, to 175. The growth demonstrates both the need for affordable youth sports and positive impact that organized athletics can have on young people and families throughout Chicago. Now, they play out of the Great Ogden Park. Illinois state champions, 8 and under. Illinois state champions, 10 and under. Illinois state champions, 13 under. And the Midwest regional champions, 13 and under. Y'all make some noise for the Inglewood Lions. And Mayor, if they don't know, do you got yours with you? Y'all better recognize this hardware.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Alderman Moore. And Inglewood has an incredible reputation of advancing youth programming, not to steal thunder. Thank you to the Inglewood Lions. We'll shout out the Inglewood Tigers. They do great work with baseball and programming there as well. So Inglewood is definitely showing up for our young people and our families. So thank you very much. And Dr. Angel is here, one of our board members. Can the chamber just give a nice round of applause to one of our CPS board members? Thank you. Okay, now Alderman Mosley would like to acknowledge the 60th anniversary of the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise today to recognize and celebrate a remarkable milestone in the history of service, sisterhood, and community impact in the city of Chicago. This month, on June 20th, 2026, the women of Zeta Tau Zeta, chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, will celebrate their diamond anniversary. That's 60 years of unwavering commitment to uplifting our communities and transforming lives throughout Chicago. Chartered on June 20th, 1966 by 57 visionary women, Zeta Tau Zeta holds the distinction of being the oldest chapter of Zeta Phi Beta in the state of Illinois. For 6 decades, this chapter has advanced a mission rooted in service, in scholarship, health and wellness, community service, and social action. And through mentorship, advocacy, educational opportunities, they have invested in generations of young people and helped strengthen neighborhoods across our city. What makes this anniversary especially meaningful is that 4 of the original charter members remain active in the chapter today. Among them is a proud 21st Wardian, Ms. Dolphine Pierce, a 100-year-old and resident of the 21st Ward, whose life stands as a testament to the endurance, power of service and civic engagement. Her continued involvement reminds us that true leadership is not measured in years of service, but lives touched. So today I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the women of Zeta Tau Zeta chapter on 60 years of excellence. And may their legacy continue to inspire future generations to lead with purpose, service, compassion, and a stronger community for all. Congratulations on your diamond anniversary, and thank you for 6 decades of distinguished service to the city of Chicago and beyond.
Thank you, Alderman Mosley. And just for the record, I did see Alderwoman Harris. She actually stood first. So, yes, that good solidarity within the sororities. So thank you, Alderman Mosley. Next, Alderman Sixto Lopez would like to acknowledge the 100th anniversary of the Banner Wholesale Grocer. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have the honor today to recognize in the box a multi-generation family-owned business that turns 100 years in our community. And that doesn't happen very often, but it does happen in the 25th Ward. So I would like to welcome Richard Salzman, Ryan Salzman, Sammy Salzman, Rachel Salzman, and Andrea Haley. They represent a fourth generation, a small business. I would say too small. Is a generation that makes us all proud. They have gone from a candy and tobacco business to now be one of the largest distributor that serves our Latino community in our community for almost 100 years, to turn 100 years this year. I want to recognize Banner for contributing to the local economy and strengthen the supply chain for small and independent retailers in particular. Many of them are deeply rooted in the immigrant and working class community that is really hurting today, but they contribute in multiple occasions with foundations supporting our park district and in many other endeavors, not only contributed to the local economy, to the social fabric of our neighborhood. Today I have the honor to recognize their ongoing mission that emphasizes quality, affordability, and customer service while keeping retailers in their cultural and practical needs for families all across the city and across the Midwest. They represent that multi-generational family-owned business that we are so incredibly proud that turns a century here in no other than the best city in the country. The best freaking city, as the mayor said. The city of Chicago. So thank you, Banner. We're so proud of you, and congratulations on these 100 years of service in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Sixto Lopez. I believe they've been here longer than the Bears. All right, relax, you all. Just a couple more. Alder Fuentes would like to be acknowledged to honor Puerto Rican pride. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Today, I want to acknowledge the best of the Puerto Rican community, and my guests are standing in the gallery. This year's Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade celebrated the 60th anniversary of the 1966 riots on Division Street, spanning from Humboldt Park to West Town. That rebellion was a response to concentrated poverty, the lack of dignified housing, and police brutality in the Puerto Rican community. From that rebellion, there were demands to build affordable housing, to recruit Puerto Ricans to join the Chicago Police Department, to make sure that we can get Puerto Ricans elected into office. And I'm proud to say that here in the City Council chambers, we have multiple Puerto Ricans: Alderman Felix Cardona, Alderwoman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, Alderman Gilbert Villegas. People don't know it, but Alderman Mike Rodriguez is half Puerto Rican. And we are individuals who represent our communities and represent them well. And this year, I want to acknowledge individuals who are some of the best of our community. Jacqueline Lazu, who is a professor at DePaul University, who's out with her new book, The Young Lords Speak, honoring the legacy of Cha-Cha Jimenez. We have Maricel Vera, who's also a Boricua writer from Humboldt Park. Her work includes The Taste of Sugar, If I Bring You Roses, and The Girls from Humboldt Park. I also want to acknowledge Raquel Maldonado, who works for the Chicago Park District to ensure that we have culturally competent programming and that young Boricuas in the city have a space in the Chicago Park District. And I would be remiss, Mayor and colleagues, if I didn't pay a special acknowledgement to 14th District Police Commander Ricky Rivera and Sergeant Jacqueline Varela. This year, we had over 30,000 people come to Humboldt Park for the Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade and Fiesta Patronales. When we talk about how important it is to have Puerto Ricans on the force, that leadership right there shows us that we can have Puerto Ricans come to a community, that we can have CPD be nimble in their enforcement, make sure that there is safety, and have a spirit of collaboration. 14th District Commander Ricky Rivera sat with violence prevention organizations. We prepared for months to ensure that thousands of people can come to our neighborhood, that they can have fun, and that they can be safe. That is the demand of 60 years ago, and that is our ancestors' wildest dreams come true. We know that Commander Ricky Rivera deserves to be in higher places. And Commander, when you go to those higher places, know that this Puerto Rican community has your back. I want to thank you for keeping our community safe, for being in celebration with us, and for bringing organizations to the table, because that is what collaborative law enforcement looks like. Can we please give a standing applause for the best of Puerto Rican communities?
Thank you again, Alder Fuentes. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge the first Boricua to serve as Chief of Staff to a Mayor, Cristina Pacion Zayas. And of course, Ivan Capafali, who is a commissioner of BACP. So we thank you for all of those contributions from our Puerto Rican siblings. Now, the final acknowledgement we have, and then we'll move into our resolutions, is from Alderman Vasquez, who would like to celebrate the 14th anniversary of Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, known as DACA. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the introduction. We have members here in our gallery that are DACA recipients we want to acknowledge as well. This month of June is not only Immigrant Heritage Month, it also marks the 14th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, known as DACA. But we are celebrating that milestone when dreamers are under attack by the Trump administration. In Trump's first term, he tried to destroy DACA outright, but he was overruled by the Supreme Court. Now in his second term, he is trying to destroy it bureaucratically by dragging his feet over providing the benefits that DACA recipients are legally entitled to. This past year, DACA recipients have been dealing with huge delays in receiving their work permits and other benefits. Not only that, but Trump's Board of Immigration Appeals also recently ruled that DACA recipients are no longer shielded from deportation by DACA alone. DACA recipients grew up in this country, and they contribute to our communities and our local economies every single day. They deserve a path to citizenship, but instead of a path to citizenship, the Trump administration is deliberately putting them at risk of losing their jobs and losing their freedom. I ask my fellow city council members to join me in supporting the DACA recipients that make this city and this country a better place. And I want to shout out a few of them who are here with us today. Please stand when you were called. You guys are already up. Maria Felix Orozco Arroyo, Development Manager and Outreach Coordinator, Street Vendors Association, 22nd Ward neighbor. Gabriela Ponce, Immigration and Public Health Coordinator, Illinois Workers in Action from the 13th Ward. Esmeralda Montesinos, Lead Organizer for the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. ICER from the 11th Ward, that's right. Omar Martinez Gonzalez, 31st Ward neighbor. Susana Salgado, Youth Program Director for Centro Romero in the 40th Ward. That's right. Angel Ruby Navarrijo, Director of Neighborhood Services for the 48th Ward and CCPSA Commissioner. And lastly, our own Diana Perez, Community Engagement Director for the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, who was honored on the Senate floor this week by Senator Dick Durbin. Those of you who have had the privilege to work with Diana know what a gift she is to the city and this country. Her boundless energy and positivity and the fierceness of her love and dedication to this community humbles me every day, and we are so lucky to have her. You outwork everyone I've ever met, Diana, and I want to make sure to give you your props for that. And then she runs a marathon after, because that's how she rolls. We owe it to these dreamers, as well as all the dreamers across the country, to fight for their right to belong. We cannot give up until we have secured them a path to citizenship in this country that they make better in every single way. I ask our other colleagues to stand in support and in commemoration for the 14th anniversary of DACA. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. right, well, this concludes all of our acknowledgments. And before we move into resolutions, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabares.
To be recognized for the attendance roll call,
Thank
please.
you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please add Alderwoman Tabares to our quorum roll call? Now, before we move into our resolutions, thank you all for keeping your remarks concise. There's a lot to get through this agenda, and so we would ask that you continue to do that. With that, the chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell for 2 resolutions celebrating Pride Month and Juneteenth.
Mr. President, I move for temporary suspension of rules to allow for the immediate consideration.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. In the interest of respecting people's time, again, we will forego the reading of the resolutions and go straight to remarks from City Council. Again, our first resolution is celebrating Pride Month, and I would first like to recognize Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I stand today as the chair of the LGBTQ caucus. I would ask that the members of the LGBTQ caucus please stand, if you may, please. Thank you very much. I know that many of the members today will recognize some of the great folks that are in today's box, Mr. Mayor, as we celebrate Pride Month. It's important to know that in all 50 wards, in all 77 neighborhoods, there is a member of our community in every neighborhood. And I want to recognize the outstanding leadership that is in today's box. But if I may, Mr. Mayor, I want to recognize a very, very special guest, a dear friend of mine who was very helpful to me as a young man who had hair and no gray in the Illinois General Assembly, Representative Kelly Cassidy. Mr. Mayor, I know that you are aware of this. Representation matters. Representative Cassidy is the lone lesbian in the Illinois General Assembly. Why is that important? We have to have folks that stand up for the voiceless. We have to have folks that fight for our community. And I want to thank Representative Cassidy for continuing to beat the drum for justice for the LGBTQ community. Representative, thank you for being here. We support you, we love you, and we honor you today. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, and good morning, colleagues. This month, we celebrate Pride Month, but we also remember that Pride began as a riot and as an act of resistance. On June 28, 1969, LGBTQ+ people, led many by transgender women, drag performers, and people of color, fought back against a police raid at the Stonewall Inn in New York City. For 6 days, people took to the streets and demanded dignity, safety, and the right to exist openly and freely. 1 year later, those demonstrations inspired the first Pride marches in cities across the country and right here in Chicago. Pride was never meant to be a quiet celebration. It was born out of rebellion and solidarity. Today, that legacy remains as important as ever. Last year, hundreds of anti-LGBTQ+ bills were introduced across the United States, targeting the rights, safety, and humanity of LGBTQ+ people. At the same time, the Trump administration moved to slash funding for HIV prevention, programs, and research, threatening decades of progress in the fight against HIV and putting vulnerable communities at greater risk. These attacks remind us that progress is never guaranteed. Every right that has been won has been fought for, defended, and protected by generations of organizers, advocates, and everyday people who refuse to be silent. That is why it is important that we take time to honor our leaders who continue our legacy of pride and rebellion today. I am proud to honor a 35th Ward resident, Connie Hernandez, who is sitting in the box. Connie, can you give a wave? Connie is a cartoonist and community organizer who creates playful and poignant stories.
Excuse me, Alderman.
Yes, sir.
There's too much talking in the chambers. I would ask that you all refrain from talking as folks are speaking. If you cannot do that, I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to remove you. Please do not talk while someone else is speaking. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Connie is a cartoonist and community organizer who creates playful and poignant stories that center empathy and restorative conflict resolution. Through his comics, he visualizes the unity of the working class and challenges exploitation and racism. Connie is also a leader in our Northwest Side Rapid Response Team. He has helped inform thousands of residents about their constitutional rights and has played an important role in protecting our immigrant neighbors and strengthening our neighborhoods. His work reminds us that organizing can take many forms. It can happen on the streets, at community meetings, through mutual aid, and through art that inspires people to imagine a more just world. As we celebrate Pride Month, let us remember that pride is a celebration of who we are and a lasting commitment to protecting one another. And I also want to thank all the rest of our guests and honorees for your leadership, your creativity, and your unwavering commitment to justice. Happy Pride and solidarity.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. June is always a fun month. It's the start of summer. We've got Father's Day around the corner. We've got graduations and schools ending. As an alder person, I think most of my colleagues know we tend to be pretty busy at this start of summer. For me and for a lot of our city, it's also Pride Month. And then, of course, this Friday, we're celebrating Juneteenth. To our leaders in the box, to my state representative, Kelly Cassidy. So I know Alderman Robinson may have had her as a colleague first, but she's been my state representative since 2011. Thank you for being a trailblazer. Thank you for being a leader and a fighter. To everyone else in the box, I offer the same thank you. And I do it, as my colleagues have mentioned, in a time where the fights aren't over. The equality isn't had, right? When we look at our battles for civil rights for all of us, right? Whether we be Black or LGBTQ or immigrants, we're fighting in this country for a dream that we know is possible. And the victories that we win, right, aren't forever victories, and we're learning that now. We fight, we win, and there's always some hater in the back looking to try and scheme about how to take something that's better for everyone, right? The things that you're doing, the space that you take up, the advocacy that you make space for, the help that you give others, the legislation that you fight to change, the rights that you win, they're not just for you, they're not just for me, they're for every single person in our country. They make everyone's life better. They protect the rights for everyone. They expand rights for everyone at no cost to another person. But there are some people who, for fear, for hatred, for too much time on their hands, perhaps, I don't know, I don't live that life, they'd rather spend their energy expending to take our rights away. They're obsessed. It's a sickness, but it's not new for our community. And that's how we become resilient. We're strong, we fight, sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. And through it all, we are finding each other, we're holding each other in joy, and it's a practice of broadening how we can hold every single person in this country and in our city in their full humanity. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for being and showing up who you are. Thank you for doing it here in this chamber, because it's not always pleasant. And we make you wait a really long time, and we don't give you any food, we don't give you coffee. I think we give water and the staff tries to help, but we don't particularly have like a super hospitable,
No need for a budget
cushy,
address. No need
cushy
for a budget
environment.
address.
Just saying, thank you for spending your time here with us today and representing our community. And thank you for the ways that you show up outside of this chamber every day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Chairman. Look, June is my month, you all. I get to celebrate my Puerto Ricanness, and I get to celebrate my gayness. Look, I stand in support of this resolution, and I want us to acknowledge the political climate that we're in. At the national level, we are watching coordinated political attacks on our community, particularly our trans and non-binary siblings. We are watching attacks on gender-affirming care. We are watching attacks on policies that allow people to love one another and be open authentically. But here in the city of Chicago, we have doubled down on our support. We have committed ourselves to ensuring that our communities feel safe, so much so that people from other states across this country have come right here to the state of Illinois so that they can be safe. Pride is not just, a celebration, although it's a great one. It's a reminder of the struggle that took place for us to have one of the gayest city councils in the nation. We have elected officials who were elected being comfortable in their skin, and I think that's extremely important in this climate. And today, I want to acknowledge Maya Lozano, who is our honorary Cacica Queen. I don't know if you all know, but for the Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade, we always crown a trans sister to lead our Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade. And Maya has worked for the Puerto Rican Cultural Center for a long time. She serves as the HIV/STI health educator and counselor for the Trans Empowerment Center. And I can't tell you how important it is to have resources like that in the Puerto Rican community, where we're still fighting machismo and homophobia. But we have someone like Maya who leads in our community. And she is fierce, you all. She is fierce. And we are honored to have the Puerto Rican Cultural Center being honored in the Pride Parade this year. For the Puerto Rican Peoples Day Parade, we honored our Pride community, and for the Pride community, they're honoring the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. And so I am proud to represent the 26th Ward and individuals like Maya who show us every single day just how important it is to be brave, courageous, and resilient. Maya, thank you for your work, and thank you for being in the box today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, Chair Lamont Robinson, and to everyone in the box. Thank you so much for being here. As the 48th Ward, a population that is high in concentration of our LGBTQ+ siblings. I'm very proud to represent the 48th Ward, and I wanted to say hello to my representative, the lone lesbian in the Illinois General Assembly. And I'm so proud of you, and thank you for being here. I wanted to shout out to two folks, two organizations. One of them is the Chicago Therapy Collective, who is not a stranger to City Hall, who has come here to help us with our higher trans activation in every single department, making sure that we are inclusive across our departments. And I want to thank Silas Leslie, if you could stand, to please stand up and be acknowledged, for Chicago Therapy Collective. Their mission is to alleviate the LGBTQ+ health disparities and advance queer liberation through therapy, education, and the arts. And Silas, you have been at the forefront to organize a community, to advocate, especially for our young people, especially for our trans young people, who are really at the forefront of exploitation and violence, and we need those spaces right now. I'm really proud of Chicago Therapy Collective's founder, Iggy Ladden, who has also been at the forefront in Springfield to make sure that non-binary folks are recognized as parents on their child's birth certificate. So they were also at the forefront with Chicago Therapy Collective and also Equality Illinois and others to make sure that no matter who you are, if you are a parent of a child, you are a part of the Equality for Every Family Act, and that extends equal parentage rights to all LGBTQ plus families. So thank you also, Kelly Cassidy, for helping to get that across the finish line. I'm also proud of CTC's expansion to the Northwest Side to improve mental health access to another highly populated area in the city of Chicago. And that being said, they became the largest nonprofit provider of LGBTQ plus mental health services in the state of Illinois. So thank you, Silas Leslie, for representing Chicago Therapy Collective today. I want to also acknowledge that Edgewater, though it's in Andersonville, one of the coolest neighborhoods in the world, is not immune to hate, and our libraries have been attacked as well by those who do not appreciate drag story time. So I wanted to bring Abhijit to, and we came together in solidarity in our colors. So drag is a joy, drag is love, drag is the way that we are going to bring people together through music and dance and celebration, and I thank you for all your work. It was when we were coming out of COVID, and Abhijit was sitting in one of our family-owned restaurants, Farama, in Uptown in the 48th Ward, looking around and seeing an empty room, and then imagining that we could do something better with the space. Talked to the owner, Kenny Lau, and they also agreed that this would be a perfect space to bring dim sum and drag to the 48th Ward. It is so popular that they're seating twice a month, and they continue on because drag is a way to tell our story and to bring in more people. And we stand in solidarity with you, Abhijit. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, everybody in the box, for all that you do for all of us in the city of Chicago. Happy Pride, everybody.
Okay, for our final speaker, unless there's anyone else, the chair recognizes Alder Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to rise once again in celebration of Pride Month. As representative of the 44th Ward, I have the honor of having the North Halstead Entertainment area in my ward. We're hosting a little parade at the end of the month, and everyone is invited, as always. Last fall, we resurfaced Halstead Street. The day they ground the street down, my phone started blowing up. What's going on? The rainbow crosswalks came out. What's happening? I was like, what do you mean? Of course, we're resurfacing the street. What's the big deal? It was the exact same day that the Florida governor took all the rainbow crosswalks out of Florida, including the one in front of Pulse nightclub, where over 50 beautiful young people were murdered. It made me realize that we should not take for granted what we have here. Can you imagine a mayor or a governor removing rainbow symbols in our community, in our city? So the crosswalks came back, and they are brighter and bolder and glitterier and more inclusive and more trans-inclusive than ever before. And I've told that story a lot during Pride, so I apologize if you've heard it already, but it speaks to the moment we're in that when we have a lot of things heading our way that are very, very negative, we are focused on what is important for our communities here in Chicago and keeping everyone safe. And so I want to lift that up as we celebrate Pride and continue another year, that we take care of each other, we look out for each other, and keep each other safe. I want to lift up a few things in the community. This year we are celebrating 25 years of Pride Fest, which is a great celebration of merchants and entertainment and art put on by the North Halstead Business Alliance. Kevin Barbeau is here from NBA. We're honored to have him with us. If we could give him a round of applause. And all the things my amazing North Halstead businesses do year-round to sustain our community and really bring tourism in and put dollars into our nonprofits' hands. I want to thank everyone in the box, but also want to lift up two organizers here from the Chicago Pride Parade. Tim Fry, who has been an organizer of the parade since 1974, and is still our leader. His late husband, Rich, started our parade on a Saturday in 1970, one day before other parades in the country, so we were the first. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Mayor first by one day. Tim joined up a few years later, and we're so lucky to have you and your commitment. And the organization of Pride Chicago, which is a far more formalized 501c3 with a very diverse board and outreach. Also, Tara Campbell is here from Pride Chicago's board. In addition to being on the board, she is the Assistant Director of Community Relations at Howard Brown Health, one of our many great institutions. So thank you, Tara, for your work. I want to lift up my guest today, who is Pat Cummings. She's in the back, but you can't miss her. That curly gray, now white hair flowing in the wind around Lakeview. Pat has a really remarkable story. Born in Milwaukee, she did a decent stint in the United States Navy before coming to Chicago in 1983, where our community was really coming into its own and also beginning to suffer from the beginning of the AIDS crisis. She remembers when Gerber Hart was in a basement and there was a storefront called Horizons that's now the Center on Halstead. Pat delivered meals for Open Hands Chicago and volunteered for the then struggling Howard Brown Center. She co-founded Circle of Care, a support group for the parents, partners, and families of people with AIDS. While caring for the sick and those grieving, Pat was wielding her camera as a political weapon. She became an active documentary photographer and advised on several Illinois, state, and aldermanic campaigns. She tells me she's retired, though, so be careful. Her photography is really remarkable, capturing our beautiful urban landscape, our natural landscape, and the neighborhoods that we all call home. So follow her on Facebook. I'm not sure if are you on Instagram too? Sure. No, just Facebook, guys. Because it really is a glimpse into our community. She's an encyclopedia of Chicago history, an outspoken voice emphasizing self-acceptance and survival as a mechanism. She's a resident of our town hall apartments, the Midwest's first LGBT-friendly senior housing, affordable senior housing, at the corner of Addison and Halstead. She was an inaugural resident there, I think having been arrested in the police station a few times for protesting, once or twice. No, there was a different police station, right? Thank you, Pat. So it's an honor to bring you here and share your story and lift you up. Her friends were in that one. She's got stories for days, guys, let me tell you. But thank you so much for your service to our community. Thank you to all my colleagues and everyone in the room for your support. We look forward to seeing you on Sunday, the 28th. Happy Pride.
Thank you, Alderman. Okay, so I believe this is our final speaker, but before our final speaker, Alderman Vasquez, thank you, Alderman Lawson, for introducing the word glittier to the vernacular, which will make that the official word of Pride. All right, the chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also proudly associate with this resolution recognizing Pride Month. We need to see more of it, and it is rare that out of so much struggle, you get the kind of joy that we experienced during the Pride Parade. When you think about the Stonewall riots and the amount of fights that had to have been taken by people who were oppressed simply for trying to exist in their authentic lives and in their own skin. And now what we see that's transitioned to is so much celebration. It's very rare for me to feel that amount of love on one day in the city of Chicago, and I want to acknowledge that every single year. It's amazing, and it takes so many people to bring that kind of pride. And I want to acknowledge everyone that has taught me so much about my organizing, because I wouldn't be here without it. I want to acknowledge people that are here. We have Silas from Chicago Therapy Collective. We have State Rep Kelly Cassidy. We have Antonio King. I want to thank you for our first director of LGBTQ affairs. Thank you very much for being here for that work. I also want to acknowledge Bollywood Barbie, Bon Abhijit from Tree Cone, Chicago. Thank you for being here for the group, for representation as well. 40th Ward has much to be proud of. We have the Gerber Hart Library and Archives, which is the largest collection of LGBTQ books. It was founded in 1981. It's the largest one in the Midwestern United States. We have Howard Brown Health. We have Nobody's Darling, and I have to do a shout out for the Pride Block Party coming up. Yes. On Saturday, the 27th, from 3 to 8, come on through. We have the Pride Block Party. We have Whiskey Girl Tavern as well. But I wanted to make sure that in the time where I think everyone's helped me out, our staff and everyone, it is a time that I want to make sure to invite every member of the City Council as well as everyone in Chicago. Tomorrow at noon, we will be having the groundbreaking for Elise Mallory Plaza in recognition of our trans sister, Elise, who is no longer with us, who we lost in March of 2022. It will be the first plaza recognizing a black trans woman in the nation. Elise was someone who brought joy and love in every space she was in. And when you think about the kind of oppression that she and so many had gone through, not only in the city, not only with also sometimes family who don't understand how we all can be who we are. There are so many things that our folks all need when it comes to support services, when feeling like they're in community, knowing that they have someone to talk to and to listen to them when they need those moments. I am appreciative and remember Elise taking up so much space, unapologetically, but with joy, to make sure to call out injustice. And so to have the kind of space where I remember Elise actually being there with a megaphone, now being the space named after her that we can all convene and have more congregation, I'm immensely proud of having any level of opportunity to create that. And so I invite every member of the council to be with us tomorrow at noon as we celebrate and look forward to it finally getting completed thanks to CDOT someday. Thank you all for everything you do. Challenge us to do more. Challenge us to make sure that you're not fighting alone, that we're shoulder to shoulder with you, because we're all being attacked in this moment by the federal government, and we're all going to fight back together. So thank you for making us stronger and making us better and making this city what it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, bear with me. Alderman Robinson wanted to add a few more remarks to his remarks. Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. As we close, I want to thank my colleagues for recognizing Pride Month. There is a chair that is in the box today in honor of a member of our community that we lost by the name of Anthony Galloway. And so I would like my colleagues to please, and Mr. Mayor, if we could please take a moment for the late Anthony Galloway, who was an exceptional leader in the LGBTQ community.
Thank you, Alderman Robinson, for Anthony Galloway. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. Very well. Alderman Mitchell, before we move for the passage of this resolution, again, just want to lift up State Representative Kelly Cassidy, Pat Cummings, Tim Fry, Esmeralda, a.k.a. Maya Lozano, Reina Ortiz, Jim Flint, Art Johnson, Dr. Maya Green, Oil Green, Jimmy C. Collins, Connie Hernandez, Silas Leslie, Iggy Layden, and again, Abhijit. Thank you all for being with us today. Chicago's proud and vibrant LGBTQ plus community has made profound contributions in every corner of the city. These contributions can be felt around our city. We recognize them through the North Halsted Legacy Walk, AIDS Garden in Chicago, the raising of the Progress flag in Daley Plaza and throughout Belmont, and of course the neighborhood that was shouted out earlier, Andersonville. And that is why it's so important that we come together every single June to celebrate the storied history and most of all the resilience. Pride Month was born out of resistance when the LGBTQ plus community fought back during the late night raid at the now historic Stonewall Inn. Finally, a year later, hundreds of LGBTQ plus people and allies gathered to march, New York, Los Angeles, and of course right here in Chicago. Today, Pride welcomes thousands of residents and visitors for community advocacy and support. And while there have been many great strides in the LGBTQ+ community, we know that there is still so much more to be done as LGBTQ+ people continue to fight for rights, acceptance, safety, marriage rights, safety, and accessible gender-affirming healthcare. And that is why my administration will continue to be a strong ally and never stop working to ensure that the LGBTQ+ community can feel safe, secure, and of course, welcome in our city. So let's celebrate Pride Month and let's do it in the glittery style that Alderman Lawson has declared. Alderman Mitchell, for the motion to pass in the omnibus.
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations. As our guests, thank you all again. You may be seated. As our guests leave the box and as we prepare for our final resolution, we'll just give people a moment to clear. Thank you very much. Our final resolution for today is celebrating Juneteenth. I would first like to recognize Alderwoman Coleman, the chair of the City Council Black Caucus. She's going to provide the opening remarks for this resolution. Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before I start our remarks, I cannot let this opportunity go without wishing former Senator Howard Brookins Sr. a happy 94th birthday.
Hey.
I'm sorry, 47th birthday.
47th, there you go, thank you. I was wondering where you got that number from.
And of course, former chairman of the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus, Howard Brookins Jr. Juneteenth and all of our guests today. I see 21st Ward is strong in the building. Juneteenth is not just a celebration for the Black community, but it is a vital milestone for our entire nation. This celebration marks the long-delayed realization that freedom, resilience of a people that have endured the unendurable, and the unyielding spirit of hope. As we look around the beautiful city of Chicago, particularly in the South, in the 16th Ward, across the South and West Sides, we see the living legacy of that freedom. We see it in our vibrant neighborhoods like Lawndale, Inglewood, Back of the Yards, South Shore, Chatham. We see Black-owned businesses, our faith communities, and the fierce advocacies fighting for equity every single day. As we celebrate with parades, block clubs, family barbecues, we also remember that Juneteenth is a call to action. Freedom is not a static point in time, it is an ongoing assignment. Freedom delayed is not freedom denied. On behalf of the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus later today, how we celebrate Juneteenth is by investing in the education, higher education for young people. And under our chairman, Jason Urban, we have reached over $1 million in scholarships for young Black people in the city of Chicago. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the best caucus in the city of Chicago, CABC Strong, and happy Juneteenth, everyone.
Thank you, Alderwoman Coleman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to be associated with this resolution. I want to thank so many of the wonderful leaders sitting in the box, Senator Brookins, my good friend Oscar, who has worked really hard on a lot of issues, working for the city and the water department, and it has really made a wonderful contribution and always on the forefront of the fight for the Black community. But my special guest today is Dr. Noble L. Pierce. He is a distinguished educational leader, a community activist, and a community servant. For nearly 4 decades of public service has been dedicated to advancing educational excellence, strengthening communities, and creating opportunities for future generations. Through his career as a principal and an administrator, he's championed student activity, educational equity, and the community empowerment, earning respect from his unwavering belief in the transformation of the power of education. A respected leader on both inside and outside the classroom, Dr. Pierce has devoted his life to building strong community partnerships, focusing on civic engagement. As the former president of the 8th Ward Community Pride Association, he's mobilized residents, cultivated grassroots partnerships, led the enhancing neighborhood development, public safety, community pride, and residential engagement. His leadership inspired collective action and has helped improve the quality of life for countless families throughout our community. Dr. Pierce is a bachelor's in education from Chicago State, a master's in curriculum from DePaul University, and a doctor of education from Loyola University of Chicago. He currently serves on the Chicago alumni chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Inc., and volunteers weekly with the Woodline Community Food Pantry. Today, a lifelong servant, Dr. Pierce remains committed to fostering civic responsibility and creating opportunity that strengthens communities. His legacy is not only defined by his accomplishments in education, but by his enduring belief that meaningful change begins with service, leadership, and investment in people. Today, I thank you for being that person who you are, who has helped to transform the communities in which you have served for such a long time. Could you please stand, Dr. Pierce? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to be associated with this resolution. Just want to say hello to all of our guests in the box. I know we got to engage in the photo line. Who had fun in the photo line? And in the hallway upstairs where they were running you everywhere, every which way. I want to thank you for being here. So I think it was June 14th of 2021, was the first time as the city of Chicago, then Mayor Lori Lightfoot declared Juneteenth a holiday for the city, and we raised our first Juneteenth flag. When I was elected and started serving in this body in 2019, I was approached by some community members, formed the Black Remembrance Project, and they had been working on an effort to make Juneteenth a holiday. And my colleague, he's not in, he might be in a different seat, Alderman David Moore, introed this with me, and we introduced this ordinance to make Juneteenth a holiday in 2019. And we tried to work the legislative route, get the support, make it a different holiday where maybe it wasn't a paid day off. We tried to go through the legislative process of addressing people's concerns about another holiday and why we should celebrate Juneteenth. And this was my first year and first couple years we worked on this in this legislative body. And sometimes it's frustrating when there's something that it just should be, where we've got the data, we've got the info, we've got the information, we can make the case for the significance. But sometimes we run into the processes and the bureaucracy and the decision-making structures, and things get stuck. The national wave of civil movement between 2019 and 2021 helped to give additional strength to the Juneteenth movement, what many people had been organizing for quite some time. We saw President Biden declare it a holiday. We saw Governor Pritzker declare it a holiday. And that's what led me to June 14th, 2021. And about 8 in the morning, I was at the FedEx Pickup Center in Skokie. You know, our FedEx Pickup Center. Picking up wearing a mask and gloves and hand sanitizer and picking up this package, which was our first Juneteenth flag. We had wanted to honor the Juneteenth Foundation and go through the appropriate process to get a flag, and we didn't want a bootleg flag, and we knew we wanted to raise the right flag. And they were overwhelmed by so many communities wanting to celebrate Juneteenth. So they let us buy a flag from them, but they had it shipped from halfway around the world. And at 8 a.m. on that morning, I was sweating because, one, it was hot, but two, I did not know, would that flag be there? We had a whole thing in Daley Plaza that was organized, you know, everybody was gonna be there. This was a historic moment for our city. And so I have this really funny selfie on my phone of me in like this FedEx baby package of the flag that I rushed down 9094 to get to the plaza on time, where our then equity officer, Candace Moore, was also sweating because would Maria get here with the flag? We work through all kinds of processes, legislative, community, sometimes to accomplish these goals for greater good and significance, and particularly when it comes to efforts for the Black community. As we've seen in this country time and time again, there are lots of reasons not to do something, and you can find all kinds of good reasons not to do it, or legislative processes. And somehow our people always find a way. And it's through patience, it's through hard work, and every single one of you here in the box, you're an inspiration. Chicago and the Black community in Chicago, with persistence, with determination, with creativity, and with strength, has always overcome. And now we're working on reparations. Reparations now. And the reparations argument, reparations now. We've been told to wait, and we've been told a lot of good reasons on why we can't have it. The federal government has tried to create a reparations fund for insurrectionists. But here in Chicago, because of your work, because of your efforts, because of the work that those came before us, we are working to make reparations a reality. So I just want to thank you. Keep struggling. Don't give up on us in government. Don't give up on us. We appreciate your efforts, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Just love how we just created an amen corner there. Thank you, Mr. Worrell. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Jeanette B. Taylor.
Thank you. I want to recognize Amaze Cakes owner, Aisha William Black and Cortez Black. We know that being a small business owner is not easy, and being a Black business owner often comes with even greater challenges. Yet despite those obstacles, they continue to show up, serve our community, and build something meaningful through hard work, faith, and determination. They've been in the 20th ward for 5 years. They've been open for 11 years. Amaze Cakes is more than just a bakery. It's a testament of resilience and Black excellence. Let's give Mr. and Mrs. Black a round of applause and continue supporting businesses that invest in our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are certainly welcome. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Alderman, the chair recognizes Alderman Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to be associated with this resolution as well. Juneteenth and Jubilee kind of brings to mind the spirit of resilience. So to that end, I'd like to recognize Levante Stewart, who's the founder of Lost Boys and Girls. He unfortunately couldn't be here today because of a personal emergency, but he's a tireless advocate for young people through his sports-based nonprofits where he stands shoulder to shoulder, supporting the whole family of young people in South Shore. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge Brother Oscar Warrell, and then one of my favorite families of Black excellence, the Brookins. We've got 3 generations of amazing Black men. Howard Sr. From Arkansas is a friend of my mother's. Howard Jr. was a next door neighbor of mine in the 8th Ward. And then Howard III doing amazing things himself. So thank you all. Happy Juneteenth.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise too to be associated with this resolution. And also, I want to recognize a young man from the Garfield Park community, Mr. Tim Hall. Tim Hall is the president and founder of the Garfield Park Gators football organization. And even though that our Inglewood compadre has left, while y'all may have some city championships and some state championships, you come over to the swamp on the west side where the Gators play, and you will find some national champions in various group ages and for our football teams and our football players. And I think one of the most proud moments is that we have our latest young person out of that program was the number 4 pick in the NFL draft this year, Mr. Carnell Tate from the west side of Chicago. So the Garfield Park Gators, and not only just the football component, but the work that he's doing and continues to do with the young men, they look up to him as a father figure in our community. He has stopped a lot of nonsense that otherwise would have gone down in the neighborhood just by his mere presence and by his mere connection with the young people in the community. So, Tim, thank you for everything that you're doing. Glad that you're able to join us today and continue the work that you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman. Well, thank you for all of the alders that have spoken. Again, we want to recognize, okay, I didn't see your hand. My apologies. Are there any other alders besides Alder Mosley that wish to speak? Do that now so that we don't miss you. All right, so I have Mosley, Lee, Gardner, and Robinson. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to honor a man whose life reminds us what public service is supposed to be. I rise to honor a soldier, a police officer, a postal worker, a businessman, a funeral director, a state representative, a state senator, a husband, a father, a grandfather, a mason, a community builder, and a freedom fighter. The Honorable Senator Howard B. Brookins, Sr. Before I go further, let me acknowledge those whose presence makes this moment even more special. The memory of his beloved wife, Audrey Brookins, his daughter, Effie, Rhonda, and Andrea. In fact, Andrea's husband, the Reverend Dr. Norville Brown, who celebrates his birthday today, is here. His son, the former Alderman Howard Brookins Jr., a man who once held this very seat I'm honored and indebted to hold today, representing the great 21st Ward. His grandson, Howard Brookins III, the brothers of Eureka Lodge number 64 and the Prince Hall Masonic family, the dedicated staff of the Brookins Funeral Home, and Lynette Warburton, the founder of Pop-Ups over 21 years ago, whose persistence and commitment helped bring us to this moment. Mr. President, we live in a time where everybody talks about leadership. But leadership is easy when it costs you nothing. Leadership is easy when everybody agrees, and leadership is easy when there is no sacrifice attached to it. The true testament of leadership is, what are you willing to lose so that somebody else can gain? That is the story of Howard Brookins Sr. For 94 years, Senator Brookins has answered that question through a life of service. He served this nation during the Korean War. He protected our neighborhoods as a police officer. He comforted families during their darkest hours through the funeral home that he built. He served the people of Illinois in both the House and the Senate. And every chapter of his life has been about serving others. But there is one chapter that forever changed Illinois. One chapter that forever changed our courts. One chapter that forever changed who could dream of becoming a judge. Years ago, the pathway to the bench was narrow, too narrow. For too many communities represented felt distant, opportunities felt distant, justice itself felt distant, and Howard Brookins decided that that was not good enough. So he fought. He fought to create the judicial sub-circuits, not because it would help him, not because it would make his life easier, and not because it would protect his political future. He fought because he believed that justice works best when the people administering it reflect the people that they serve. He believed talent exists everywhere, even when opportunity does not. He believed that democracy becomes stronger every time another door is open. And here's what makes the story extraordinary. The same political forces who opposed the judicial sub-circuits did not simply disagree with him. They came back for him. They redrew the lines of his own Senate district. They forced him into a new map, a new race, a fight that he did not choose. And in that next election, State Senator Howard Brookins lost his seat. Not because the people he served stopped believing in him, but because the very system he had just made fair turned its full weight against the man who made it fair. Now think about that. In an era where too many people ask, what can they get from public office? Howard Brookins asks, what could he give? And in an era when too many people hold on to power, Howard Brookins gave away and paid for it with his own seat. In an era when too many people build walls, Howard Brookins built doors, knowing that one of them might close behind him. And perhaps this is why this recognition is so meaningful today. Just days ago, Senator Brookins celebrated his 94th birthday. And in a few days, our nation will celebrate Juneteenth. Think about what it means. 94 years. 94 years of watching America struggle to become what it promised to be. 94 years of seeing doors close and then watching courageous men and women force them open, even at a personal cost. Juneteenth reminds us that freedom is delayed, but freedom is not denied. And it reminds us that the rights written on paper mean little until they reach the people that they were intended to serve. Senator Brookins understood that. His fight for the judicial sub-circuits and the price he paid for it was in many ways a continuation of the same struggle to make the promise of America real for more people, even when the bill came due to him personally. As I stand here today holding his seat, the seat that his son once held, representing the same community his families have served for generations, I know exactly whose shoulders I stand on. Mr. President, history remembers people for many reasons. Some remembered for the offices that they held. Some remembered for the titles that they earned. But the greatness among us remembered are remembered for what they are willing to give up so that someone else could rise. Howard Brookins Sr. belongs in that category. He is in that category. His legacy is not measured by electorals or elections won. In fact, his legacy includes an election lost in the service of a fair system for everyone who came after him. His legacy is measured by lives changed, by barriers broken, by institutions strengthened, by generations of judges and lawyers and leaders and public servants who followed a path he helped clear at his own expense, and by every young person who now believes that there is a place for me too. So today, Senator Brookins, we thank you for your courage, for your sacrifice, a real one, not just a figure of speech, for your service, for your vision, and for teaching us that the measure of a public servant is not how long they keep a seat. It is what they do with that seat while they have it, and what they're willing to risk by doing right by it. I know, again, you just celebrated your birthday, but your greatest accomplishment is simply not what you built. It is what is still standing because you have built it, even after they tried to make you pay for building it. Senator Howard B. Brookins Sr., Illinois is better because you served. Chicago is better because you served. The cause of justice is stronger because you serve and because you were willing to lose something to make it so. So, Mr. President and my colleagues, please join me in honoring a man whose life proves that one person, armed with the conviction, courage, and unwavering commitment to justice, can leave a mark on history that no election, won or lost, can ever erase. The Honorable Senator Howard B. Brookins Sr. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
I was afraid you were going to call my name. How do I follow that? I'm going to keep this brief. Senator Brookins, it's my honor to meet you today and to learn so much about your story and the lasting imprint that you've made on the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois. I wouldn't typically stand up and speak about Juneteenth. I felt inspired to today for a couple of reasons. As the first Asian American woman, first Chinese American to represent any community, especially my own community, on the city council, I have a little bit of an idea of what it's like to kind of be out on the skinny branches for the first time yourself. And it is the welcome that I've gotten from this council. This is the city of Chicago, and it's a place that is welcoming, especially from members of the Black Caucus, who I know played an integral role in establishing boundaries that allowed for my district to then now include all of Chinatown for the first time in the city's history. Juneteenth is so significant in that it started the freedom movement, if you will, and leading to the civil rights movement, and it is not lost on me or many members of my community, the sacrifices that were made and the benefits with which we enjoy today. Every single minority community in this country thanks you for that. I would not be standing here but for the sacrifices of those who came before us, along with those members of my own community, like Yuri Kochiyama and Grace Lee Boggs, who fought during the civil rights movement for our rights today. And it's incredibly painful for me now, today, in the light of the acquittal of Rick Chow and the strife that is between our two communities, the Asian community and the African American community, because there's
a small number of those who would continue to try to divide us. And I'm here to tell you, speaking for me and my community, that that is not the case. I would not be the person that I am, but for the city of Chicago and the school system that we have that allowed me to have friends that I call family, who I would stand in front of a bus for, who look like all of you sitting in the box. That is something that we don't talk enough about, that which we have in common and how we stand together. So today, as we commemorate Juneteenth, as we honor each and every single one of you who are in the box for all of the things that you have done in your life and continue to do to strengthen our community, I thank you and I honor all of you today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're welcome. Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to rise in support of this resolution, and I want to thank all of you in the box for coming out today, sharing your time and your energy with us. I don't want to make this all about the Brookins family, but I worked with Howard for one term, and I just want to commend you, Mr. Brookins, on raising just an exceptional young man. Being down here sometimes can be a little divisive at times, but Howard, regardless of where you worked in the city or what you represented, Howard was always known to be very fair, and he was a classy gentleman to work with, and he still is. And I see the blueprint where he comes from, so I commend you, and thank you for all you have done for our city and each of you in this box. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Robinson, you are recognized.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would also like to very briefly recognize the Brookins family. I would be remiss, Mr. Mayor, if I didn't have a moment for my mentee, Howard Brookins III, who was a Kappa Leaguer and is in the box today. Thank you for continuing your family's great legacy. Lynette, who was in the box, who I don't see anymore, certainly photographer to the stars. It should be recognized.
She's right over here.
All right, to my right. I want to recognize someone that is in the room today but should be in the box, and that is former 4th Ward Alderman Will Burns. I think Alderman Will Burns is behind me. Alderman, if you could please stand and be recognized. Alderman, please continue to stand, if you may. And the reason being is when we think about what's happening in our nation's history today, I think it's important that we recognize former Alderman Will Burns. Alderman Burns started his career with then State Senator Barack Obama, then moving on to be the senior advisor to then President Senate Emil Jones, and then going on to representing the 4th Ward in the Illinois General Assembly. A true trailblazer, and as Alderman Mosley mentioned, I'm honored to serve in the seat that was once served by Will Burns. And so, Will Burns, thank you for your commitment to not only the 4th Ward, but thank you to your commitment to the citizens of the city of Chicago. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Did we get all of the alders that wish to speak? Very well. Again, to Dr. Noble Pierce, to apparently all of the Howard Brookins in the city of Chicago are currently here today. Kenneth Jordan, Ernest Gates, Cortez Black, Tim Haw, thank you for lifting up Levante Stewart. We also acknowledge Oscar Worrell, Sherman Dilla Thomas was honored yesterday, Aisha Oliver, and to all of the individuals who play such an incredible role in our city. As we prepare to celebrate our country's 250th birthday, Black Americans are celebrating another important year. That is 1865, when federal troops in Galveston, Texas, freed Black people who were still enslaved 3 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. A year later, these formerly enslaved people organized the first Juneteenth celebration to commemorate a new beginning in our country. This meant that newly freed Black people should have access to new opportunities and rights, freedoms But as we know, that is not entirely the case. Due to segregation and racism and violence aimed at black communities, many black Southerners came to the North, places like Chicago, to seek better lives and to experience freedom during the Great Migrations. They settled into neighborhoods like Hyde Park and Bronzeville, North Lawndale, and became scientists, artists, innovators, leaders, and activists. But while black people were freed from the constraints of slavery all of those years ago, we're still struggling with systemic racism and inequalities that we still see today. And that is why we're working to repair these harms through investments in people, through education and empowerment. That's the spirit of Juneteenth. It's about reflecting on our past and the harms of systemic disinvestment, reclaiming the present through investment, and reimagining the future by planting roots that will grow and thrive for generations to come. So today and every day, let us celebrate and recognize Juneteenth and continue to do the work needed to create a more just Chicago for all. And with that, Alderman Mitchell, for the motion to pass this in the omnibus.
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you all. All right, as the box clears, we'll just give council just a few seconds here to resettle. While we reset, Alderman Mitchell on the motion to return back to the regular order of business.
Regular order of business.
Very well, so ordered. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
Be recognized for quorum.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Please add Alderwoman Taylor to the quorum roll call. Alderwoman Clay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to be added for quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please add Alderwoman Clay to the quorum roll call. The chair recognizes Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall would like to be added to the quorum roll call as well. Very well, we have returned back to the regular order of business. Next up, communications.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner on Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending Section 2-44-140 of the Municipal Code regarding debt waivers. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Chicago O'Hare International Airport Senior Lien Revenue Bonds. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner on Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreements with Roosevelt Clark Partners, LLC, to provide TIP funds for the 78 project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Library Commissioner, I transmit here the ordinance authorizing the execution of a grant agreement with the Chicago Public Library Foundation. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide TIP funds for the Division Austin Bus Turnaround Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance with the rehabilitation of Levy House apartments. After two committees have been called, this will go to rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing an amended TIF redevelopment agreement for the development of 135 South LaSalle Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the rehabilitation of the Via Guadalupe Senior Housing Facility. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of lease and use agreements regarding facilities at Midway International Airport. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. referred to the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with True Delta LLC to provide NOF funds for the K Entrepreneurship Hub project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing an amended 2026 budget and execution of a service provider agreement with Lincoln Square Ravenswood Chamber of Commerce for special service areas number 21-2016. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing Class 7 tax incentive at the benefit of 2 North Riverside Plaza LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of local government agreement with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development regarding the Quincy Hearts United 2 project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale and transfer of the Renaissance Center Heritage Wood Senior Living Facility located on 2800 West Fullerton Avenue. Your favorable consideration Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here within an ordinance authorizing the execution of land exchange agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the sale of specified city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the expenditure of open space impact fee funds for various open space projects within the city. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Redevelopment, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing amending the Chicago zoning ordinance regarding parking requirements. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office related to the respective subjects designated as follows. Bond determination certification of City of Comptroller concerning water revenue bonds, Project Series 2026A, Refunding Series 2026B for delivery and refunding Series 2026C. Comprehensive Annual Financial Report of Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for a year ended December 31st, 2025, in Office of Inspector General's review of the Civilian Office of Police Accountability's Timeliness Initiative. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the Council in the regular meeting on May 20th, 2026 are required as statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers were published in pamphlet form on June 17, 2026 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago which referred to the Committee on Finance. Recommendation by the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Chicago Daily News Building at 2 North Riverside Plaza, 400 West Monroe Street. Chicago Landmarks referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For committee reports, we'll begin with the Finance Committee. Chair Dowell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on June 15, 2026, the following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance authorizing the appointment of a successor servicer and an assignment agreement execution between BNY Asset Solutions, LLS, and MTAG Services, LLC, regarding the city's special assessment improvement bonds for Lakeshore East Project Refunding Series 2022 in the 42nd Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Seeing no hands, thank you very much. Members, please use the e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. I will now call on those who have not used their e-device. Alderman LaSpada.
Yes.
LaSpada is a yes. Alderman Robinson. Robinson is a yes. Alderman Hall. Hall is a yes. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis. Oh. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Knutson.
Yes.
Alderman Knutson is a yes. Alderman Curtis not on the floor. All right, the vote is now closed.
Thank you. There are 48 yeas and 0 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
President, move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. Chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Mr. President, item number 2 is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily program funds and other financial assistance to support acquisition and development of Abrams Intergenerational Village Project at 5300 through 5318 South Calumet in the 3rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to vote aye on the most favorable roll call vote.
In the Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Thank
All right, thank you. Please add Alderman Mitchell, Alderman Curtis to the roll call. Right, there's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item by that most favorable roll call. Seeing no hands, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funds for improvements at Madigan Park at 4707 West Marquette Road in the 23rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at Clark Elementary School at 1045 South Monitor Avenue in the 29th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at Skinner North Elementary School located at 640 West Scott Street in the 27th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a substitute ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at Smith Elementary School located at 1059 West 13th Street in the 28th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 7 is the substitute ordinance amending the Municipal Code, Chapter 4-156 regarding the social media amusement tax. I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Marty Quinn and Alderman Wagasback, who both wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Very well. Hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Item number 8A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Jones versus City of Chicago et al., case number 2023 CV 4975, in the amount of $250,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion that was applied to item number 2.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 8B is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Nina Hunt versus City of Chicago, case number 2025 L9531, in the amount of $425,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion as applied to item number 2.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 8C is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Maria Navarro Escobedo and Yadira Navarro Escobedo versus Julian Martha Juarez, Tobias Houston, Michael Kosurka, and City of Chicago, case number 2023 L10937, in the amount of $650,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion as applied to item number 2, with the exception of Alderman Hopkins, Beal, Quinn, Lopez, Curtis, Mosley, Scott, Taliaferro, Cardona, Riley, and Silverstein, who all wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
The chair recognizes Alderman Tabarez.
To be recorded no on this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
To be recorded as a no as well.
Chair recognizes Alder Chico.
Please record me as a no, Chair.
Chair recognizes Alder Napolitano.
No.
Or anything, did you want to add something else here? Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I again rise in strong opposition to this settlement, not because I don't feel for the family, the innocent women that were struck by fleeing gangbangers, but because this once again sends a very bad message. I know this district. Many of you know the 9th District. I've had to deal with gang members trying to kill each other in both communities where this took place, starting in back of the yards, ending in Brighton Park. Our officers are trained both in constitutional policing, but also in knowing how to trust their instincts. And I, for one, Mr. President, can't sit here and find fault with them when they identify 3 individuals in ski masks driving down 47th Street at over 80 miles an hour, even with lights and sirens off, because they knew the police were following them. They weren't in a hurry to get to the airport to go skiing with those ski masks. We also learned that while that vehicle was stolen, there were also weapons in that car. We've subsequently been told what kind of weapons, but I didn't need the law department to tell me because I already knew. And yet, even now, with a 16-year-old at the helm and a car full of individuals out to kill people, our taxpayers are being asked to pay $650,000. This has got to stop. But I also know, Mr. President, that the courts have ruled against us. When it comes to apportionment, we are finally starting to fight back, but this administration chose not to pursue any kind of Springfield relief this past legislative session. And while we wait for a decision from the Supreme Court, as I shared with our Chairman of Finance yesterday, we should not be rushing to make a settlement while we're waiting for a decision from the Supreme Court. What if they rule in our favor and we wrote the check anyway? We're not going to get our money back. But I know this, Mr. President, and I'm thankful to all that have said that they are going to vote in opposition, and I ask more to consider this as well. Any of you that have ever driven with your police officers in your neighborhoods
have gone with them on a ride along at night know that we rely on their instincts, their situational awareness, as much as they do on their training. They know the individuals who are those magnets of violence committed to terrorizing our communities. They know it. And they have to make decisions on whether or not you allow them just to drive by and go about their gang business, or do you stop them? Do you pursue them? And do you hopefully save someone's life from being the innocent victim caught in the mix? A decision was made here. The police were right to go after these individuals. Because incidentally, even as we learned that death checks were made against the 16-year-old and not his family, going back to where the parents are, the other individual, if you simply Google search his name, has repeatedly been arrested for driving around with assault weapons, trying to kill people. This is who we're covering for, ladies and gentlemen. These individuals who fear no accountability, who know that we are never going to come for them, and that we are always going to be willing and able to pay. They know. So we must stop and make it known that we are standing with our officers, that we understand their instincts and we appreciate their effort, because I don't know how I could go back to the 9th District and look my officers who know who these people are with a straight face and say, well, don't do it again. Because the next time, what we're telling our officers is, when you know that that person's up to no good, when you know that person masked up with a black hoodie on a 90-degree summer day is driving around at midnight, they're just going to look the other way. And then we'll have another innocent family to explain to why our policies did not keep them or their loved ones safe. So, Mr. President, I know we had a number of people who said no, but I would ask for a roll call on this item.
There's a roll call vote for this item, item 8C, is that correct? Madam Clerk, could you make the e-vote application available at this time? Members, please record your vote. Yeah, the chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
You're going to take a roll? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I actually agree in part. My colleague from the 15th Ward, it's 1251 on the 17th. So write that down. But here's a challenge though, and this is where the difference comes in part. We talk about instinct. That's the same thing the detectives in Area 3 said that led us down a path of a series of cases that we are classifying now as the Burge cases, because they thought something. Didn't prove anything, but just thought that. I do want us to be supportive of our police officers. And I think everybody in this room wants to be supportive of the members of the Chicago Police Department. And we should be supportive of them as long as they follow what has been prescribed in their training and what they're doing. The part I think that was omitted was that there were several violations in the orders that have been laid out by the Chicago Police Department. And that's why we are here. We're not here because of what the actions of those individuals causing this thing. We're here because of the actions of the officers not following the general orders. Yes, we should support them when they're doing everything that we've instructed them and they've been trained to do. We should 100% stand with them. However, we're in a situation now where not only this situation, and I think Corporation Counsel will have some further deliberations and conversations with us, but understanding that when folks don't follow what's been laid out or what their training is, it does put us on the hook. Yes, you are correct that we need to do some work in Springfield, but today we're in the confines of where we are right now, and I think it would behoove us to settle this matter because, again, when you look at the situation in its totality and weigh both sides of this matter, we're not in a good space here. And again, if we don't trust Corporation Counsel to bring these things to us and advise us that's what's in our best interest, then we need to have a conversation around that. But again, I think she's done great work to bring us things that she knows are losers, and we need to settle the losers and fight the winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman O'Shea, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will run my record against anybody in this room for advocacy for our police officers, for standing with Chicago police officers, for raising money to protect Chicago police officers, to support our Gold Star families. This settlement is a deal. That night, in that pursuit, the squad car in question exceeded 80 miles per hour at one point. There were no lights activated. There were no sirens activated. In fact, OEMC didn't know they were in a pursuit at 80 miles an hour. Again, I'll stack my record against anybody in this room for standing with the men and women who put their lives on the line each and every day. But ladies and gentlemen, if this case goes to court, is this a $5 million settlement? Is it a $10 million hit to the taxpayers? I think it might be. So once again, I stand in support with our Corporation Counsel in protecting the taxpayers. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Alderman, for those words of wisdom, because I'm also with you. So my support of this is no indictment on our officers. Sometimes you just have to hold your nose and support the things because we don't want to get beat up more financially. So once again, I'll stack my record too for support of our police. This is no indictment against these officers or the 9th District or whatever you want to say. Sometimes we don't have a choice. This is one of those times. I support this settlement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage my colleagues, many of whom voted no, to come to some of the briefings where you can understand more about the general orders, whether they were fulfilled, whether they were ignored. You can ask questions. I would feel better about that, knowing a no vote, knowing that you have been in the room to hear all of the discussion around a particular case. And with that, I ask for the roll call.
Very well. Thank you, Chair Dow. There's a motion on the floor for the roll call vote for item 8C, case number 10937. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. I will now call on those who have not used the e-device for their vote. Alderman La Espada.
Yes.
La Espada is a yes. Alderwoman Gutierrez. Gutierrez is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Knutson.
Yes.
Knutson is a yes. right, the roll call, or the voting is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 35 yeas.
36.
There are 36 yeas, 12 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the
All
vote.
those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. Chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last item is item number 9. It's the communication transmitting reports of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of May 2026, and this item will be placed on file with the clerk. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, the chair recognizes Chair Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Reporting for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, which held a meeting on June 15th, the committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2026 amendment within Fund 925. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the redevelopment agreement with Axiom Flame LLC to provide neighborhood opportunity fund assistance for development of property at 2640 through 46 West Madison in the 27th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Items 3 through 8 are transfers within wards 10, 11, 21, 33, 47, and the Committee on Health and Human Relations, all of which are for year 2026. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, the chair recognizes Chair Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of City Council. Reporting for the Committee of Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. On Thursday, June 11, 2026, the committee held a meeting to recommend passage of the following items. Items 1 through 23 on the report are appointments and reappointments of the following people to the following SSAs. Appointment of Paul Roscoe, Exena Theo Harris, Nicholas Karaskis, member of SSA number 16. Appointment of Jeffrey Privet, of member SSA 27. Reappointment of Alfred Fairmont, member of SSA 62. Appointment of Jorge Perez as member of SSA 5. Reappointment of David Odafe as member of SSA 31. Reappointments of Sonny Kareem, Charles Newsom. Appointments of Eric Valdez, CJ Mimi, Veronica Markham as members of SSA 61. Appointment of John P. Brady and reappointment of Mark K. Prosell as members of SSA 48. Reappointments of Richard Buckwalter, Daniel F., Jack Wroblewski as member of SSA 28. Reappointments, 18 and 19 is reappointments of Antonella Frangella Quinn and Brian Griffin as SSA number 55. Reappointments of Michael Moreno Jr., member of SSA number 25. Reappointment of Wallace Anderson as SSA number 24. Appointment of Melo Guzman as member of SSA number 2. Number 23, appointment of Andrew Rizzo as member of SSA 17. I move the passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 24 on the report is a substitute ordinance for amendment of SSA number 59 regarding interim service provider agreement with Back of the Yards Council and 2026 tax levy. I also move for passage of this item for the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 25 on the report is an ordinance for the amendment of SSA 3 regarding the interim service provider agreement with Greater Southwest Development Corporation and its 2026 tax levy. I move for passage of this item for the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 26 on the report is an ordinance in support of a Class 7B tax incentive for property 2640 through 2646 West Madison. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations, the Chair recognizes Chair Rodriguez-Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on Health and Human Relations. We met on June 11 at 12:30 p.m. The committee reports the following recommendation. We consider the mayoral appointment of Kenneth Gunn as chair of the Chicago Commission on Human Relations. This item received a do-pass recommendation, and we have Mr. Kenneth Gunn in the box. I'm not sure if we want to allow for a moment for Mr. Gunn to speak or pass it first.
Madam Chair, you need to make the motion first.
Okay. Should I pass it first?
No, just make the motion, and then we'll have time for discussion at that point.
Okay. I make a motion to allow Mr. Ken Gunn to speak.
No, the motion to pass for his approval.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, we got it.
I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris. And then we'll grant leave from this body before we officially pass it for the commissioner to speak. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. Today I stand in support of this appointment. Ken Gunn and I go as far back as 35 years ago when I was a new staffer. Yeah, I'm showing our age now. When I was a new staffer working for Alderman Dixon, and you actually she had the committee, and your interaction with us on the South Side office was amazing on all our issues. You've been there in the background for all this time, fighting through numbers and numbers of commissioners. So today, I couldn't be prouder that it's you and that your hard work has that cream, you know, it rises to the top. So you're there. I appreciate the mayor and his appointment of you. At this time, I think nobody has more institutional knowledge than you do. So today, I am proud to support you and proud of all your hard work for over 35 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Coleman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate soon-to-be Commissioner on this appointment. Thank you for meeting with our caucus on yesterday evening. I'm sure that you have a resounding vote. You can tell the character about a man by the place that he worshiped. And your pastor, Pastor Eddie Williams III, has just joined us from Emmanuel Baptist Church. So on your journey as chairman of the board at Emmanuel, I know that as you are serving the least of these and the most vulnerable here in the city of Chicago, that God will be with you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Alderwoman Silverstein, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to start by thanking you for reaching out. We had a good first meeting. I have given a lot of thought to this appointment, and I am going to be supporting you today. However, I wanted to be on the record for saying that I am not about to take my foot off the gas when it comes to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is real. Anti-Jewish hate crimes are up more than any other hate crimes in the city, and something needs to be done to bring those numbers down. The Jewish community feels unprotected and alienated by this administration, and I am going to be there, and I'm going to continue to watch. I'm going to continue to listen, and I'm going to continue to advocate and speak out on behalf of my community as long and as hard as I have to make sure that my family and my community and my friends feel protected. So I'm going to vote yes on this, but this issue is far from over, and I really hope that we're going to be able to work together to solve this issue with anti-Semitism.
Alderman O'Shea, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support. I don't go as far back as Alderman Harris with Ken because I was still living with my parents 35 years ago. But in my 15 years as alderman, when racism and anti-Semitism have reared their ugly head in my community, my first phone call was to Ken Gunn. Every single time he answered the call. And I always appreciated the fact that you helped us get through it. You helped us call it for what it was and to do our best to expose it and put a light on it. You're a gentleman, sir, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for your service. I'll be supporting this.
Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this nomination. My first chairmanship was with the Committee on Human Relations, and I had an opportunity to work with you. I know you to be very committed to fighting discrimination, to your interest in fair housing, to your desire to connect more with the communities. And like Alderman O'Shea, when we have something of importance that is happening in our ward, we call you and you always respond. I think lastly what I want to say is I should have known that the Gunn family was related to some other Guns I know who are in there in the box, and I just wanted to express my gratitude, to say hello to an old friend who apparently is a relative. Karen and I worked together for some time, and it's good to see you. God bless you, and congratulations.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this appointment. Mr. President, I have known Ken for some years myself, and no, I'm not going to say how many, but you know, we've worked together for a very long time, and he's always been a person of integrity, hardworking, and you've always been the support staff behind the commissioners. You're always on the side of the commissioners, and so now is your time to shine in this department. So we're going to support you every step of the way. Whatever you need from us, we're here to help you succeed, because we do have problems in this city that need to be addressed. And so there's no better person, I think, at this particular time to lead this department than yourself. So thank you so much. Congratulations, and thank you for the appointment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this? The chair recognizes Alder Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this appointment. Ken, thank you. Thank you for your work and your service in my time in office for my team. Similar to many of my colleagues, of course, I represent constituents, many from marginalized backgrounds who are subject to discrimination, to hate crimes, and helping us to be good supports for our communities, helping us to connect people to other services, right, that the Commission offers. I appreciate your background in mediation. That is also a background that I share. Maybe you want to set up some office hours for us here in council to help us work through some of our issues, but In seriousness, though, your department has faced cuts. Your department doesn't have as much support as it have to. You've got a fantastic team there. We're in fraught times with tensions and issues, with rises in anti-Semitism, with rises in anti-Blackness, with rises in anti-trans attacks, anti-LGBTQ issues, anti-Asian hate. Like, people have been emboldened to hate. People have been emboldened to hate by a lot of different forces, and that means that we've got to do more and to move in a different way, sometimes proactively, I think, as a city, to help secure that value that we have, right, our reputation, and also to make sure that our constituents feel safe. That's something that comes up on a probably monthly basis in the 49th Ward. And how the city responds and knowing that we have a unified response is so much, it's so important over these next few years. So I appreciate you. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your whole team. And I would encourage my colleagues, when you're before us next, and even, Mayor, before he's before us next during budget, we need to give some serious consideration to how we're really funding and supporting this department because of the increased stresses that we are feeling in the city. So you've got my support, and your department's got my support as we work to mend, heal, resolve conflict, and make sure that all the residents of our city feel like we've got their back. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are welcome. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this appointment? Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. First off, I want to commend the nominee on his 30-plus year service to the city of Chicago. It is very rare that we find someone who has basically been a career lifer, who has matriculated their way from the beginning, entry level, all the way up to being the lead of the department. So I thank you for your perseverance. I thank you for being here through the numbers of administrations that have been through the changes in commissioners and still stuck to your guns and your morals about doing the work of the Human Relations Commission. So we know you've been around. We know you know the ropes. We know you know everything that's needed to be known for that department, and being its first deputy for a number of years. Glad the mayor made this appointment, and I believe that you will take the organization, hearing some of the challenges and concerns that members of council have, take those challenges and concerns and bring them to the forefront in the work that the commission does. Thank you, Mr. President, and let's support his appointment.
Very well. Thank you for a new axiom, sticking to the guns. Very well. Anything else you wish to add, Madam Chair?
Yes, please. I would like to say a few words to Mr. Gunn. I had the privilege to chair the hearing for the appointment through the Committee on Health and Human Relations, and I have to say that in the time that I have been here in council, I don't think that I have ever witnessed somebody have so many people show up to provide comment about their character, about their experience, about their kindness. And it became really clear to me that, Ken, you are an incredibly special person. I think Ken brought somebody from every job that he has ever had, and everybody had something beautiful to say about him. And that was a really wonderful experience to know that the commission is going to be in the hands of somebody that not only has set an incredible example with the work that you have done, but also somebody that can beautifully sit through conflict and try to reach consensus and try to reach agreement and try to reach understanding. It was really beautiful to see you answer the questions of my colleague during that hearing and be so grounded in the wisdom, the experience, and everything that you bring to this role. So thank you for saying yes. I'm very excited to continue working with you in this role, and we are very, very proud to have you as our new commissioner for the Commission on Human Relations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no other hands and hearing no objections on the motion, So ordered. Congratulations, Commissioner. Commissioner, this is quite rare. Since I've been presiding over this council, the only people who tend to get a motion for leave are those who are leaving. The fact that there's a motion because you're staying, that pretty much says how special you are. Leave from this body to allow for Mr. Gunn, who is not leaving, to have a few words. All right, very well. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
I don't know where to start. I want to thank Mayor Johnson for this tremendous opportunity. 35 years plus working with the city to address hate and discrimination. And guess what? We still got a lot of work to do. But I'll tell you, we got a good team back here and out there. They fight hard every single day. You don't have to worry about what they're doing. They let me know, hey, Ken, we've got this issue, we've got this issue. They're responsive, and they do the best job that they can with the resources that we have. And we realize we've got a lot more to do. Alderman Silverstein, I'm looking forward to working closer with you and addressing anti-Semitism. There are so many issues out there. We just released a report on transfemicide, so there's a lot of issues in the trans community we want to address. But we want to work with all your wards. And I thank you for the outpouring of support I felt today and for all the years of working with many of you. I'm looking forward to knowing some of the others who I haven't had a chance to work individually with, but we're going to get that done. So thank you again, Mayor, for this opportunity. And thank everybody. Oh, how can I do this? I got to introduce my mother.
Okay.
My mother is.
That was a
at
close
the
call,
end.
Commissioner. Yeah. Hey.
My mother is 97 years old.
Wow. Wow.
And I will tell you this. Every time another commissioner was appointed to the department,
What would your mother say?
why didn't they give you that job? So, Mom, I got the job.
I got you, Mama. We got you. Congratulations, Commissioner. Come on, one more time for the Commissioner. Madam Chair, any other business?
That concludes my report.
Very well. We'll give the family an opportunity to leave the box. And now that we know Mr. Gunn's genetic makeup, looks like he could be commissioner for a very long time if he wants. So. Our next committee is on housing and real estate. The chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Mr. President and members of City Council, reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a meeting on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. The following is a report recommending passage of 24 ordinances, which include aldermanic introductions, a purchase agreement, lease amendments, and various land sales. Starting with item 2 on the summary reports for an aldermanic introduction by Alderwoman Clay, ordinance 2026-0025475, designation of 3611 through 3625 North Halster Street as low affordability community in the 46th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is another aldermanic introduction from Alderman Quesada, ordinance 2026-0025447, designation of 3231 North California Avenue, 2752 through 2762 Wells Melrose Street as low affordability community in the 35th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
The next 3 items are from the Department of Fleet and Facility Management. Item number 4 is ordinance 2026-0025512, purchase and sale agreement with GH Chicago ILLC for property at 630 West Harrison Street in the 34th Ward. Alderman Conway has asked to be recognized to speak. If there's no one else to speak,
Make the motion first
to
again.
make a motion to allow Alderman
No, the motion for the
Oh.
passage of the item.
I move passage of this item by the same motion,
What item is this again?
with the exception of alderpersons Dowell, Moore, Quinn, and Scott, who wish recorded as a no.
Okay, which item is this again, Alderman?
This is item 4.
This is for item 4, very well. There's a roll call vote for this item. Does Alderman Conway still wish to be recognized?
Your Honor, I'd ask to speak last. I think there's a number of other people that like to speak.
Okay, so there's a roll call vote on the floor for this particular item. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a bad deal for the city of Chicago. This deal isn't 19 million, it's actually 50 million. When you add in how much work is going to need to go into fixing this facility. And that's not taking into consideration what CDOT has to put in. Second item is our budget gap that we're going to get into in short order would suggest that we shouldn't be in the business of buying property, we should be in the business of selling property. The third question that I have really has to do with, can the city actually run a bus station? This is not an airport. Prior to Southwest Airlines coming to Midway Airport was a ghost town, ladies and gentlemen. I was 10 years old riding my bike through Midway Airport. And so I have real concerns here, and I wanted to put that on the record. Now, I'm not saying, and let me be clear, that we shouldn't have buses in the city of Chicago. My daughter's in college. She's traveling throughout the state of Illinois on buses and trains. I think it's a good idea. What I'm saying, Mayor, is I'm not certain the city of Chicago should be running a bus station. I'm not certain we have the finances today to be pumping $50, $75 million into this endeavor. So for that reason, I'm going to be a no. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 28th Ward and the 34th Ward literally border right at the Greyhound station. One thing that I will say, while we have airports and we do a fairly decent job of running an airport, I think the challenges that we have to think about are, while you and I, the people in this room, probably frequent both Midway and O'Hare, it's about those that do not have the ability to utilize those places to go. I think we have to know and understand that there are people in our city that cannot afford to go to Midway or O'Hare, or maybe even ride Amtrak, but yet and still need to have a viable mode of transportation. And I think the city has a responsibility to provide the basics of service so that that can be facilitated. Now again, we got all these Harvard MBAs now, knowing that the amount of money that's being utilized for this isn't coming out of the general fund, it's coming out of the area that both Alderman Conway and I share in the Roosevelt Canal TIF. So again, if we want to talk about dollars and cents and thinking that we're going to take some dollars away from a TIF to support general obligations and general operations, remember, we lose 80 cents for every dollar that we do that way. Again, this is a project, this is something that is needed, maybe not by anybody in this room, but there are people in our city that need a viable place for intermodal transportation, and that's what this seeks to do. Now, granted, the bus industry has probably not been at its best, but I'll say this, it is a mode for transportation that people in our communities, people throughout this city need, and I think for us not to have one, being the city that we are, I think would be an indictment upon us to not be able to service or serve the people who really need that particular service. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Are there any other alders that wish to speak? Because Alderman Conway has requested to close. Seeing no other hands, Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I also rise before you to ask your favorable consideration of this ordinance, which will ensure Chicago's intercity bus station can continue to serve the nearly 500,000 travelers who rely on it. And we cannot overstate the importance of Chicago preserving access to multimodal transportation, especially for people who have no other affordable means of travel. Now, the Greyhound station is within the 34th Ward, and as Alderman Irvin stated, the improvements of such are being funded by the Canal Congress TIF, which 68% of that is in the 34th Ward and the remainder in Alderman Irvin's ward. And I want to begin by acknowledging something very plainly. My community has raised very legitimate concerns about this acquisition. And I was initially one of this project's biggest skeptics. I said publicly that I was frustrated by how this allocation was initially slipped into the Canal Congress TIF without any prior discussion with me. I discovered this in a line item in the TIF waterfall table during budget season. Even beyond that, I had big concerns regarding public safety, regarding operations, and regarding traffic. And we still do have a big lift ahead. I don't want to minimize that. And frankly, the initial hearings on this at CDC and in the neighboring community left major unanswered questions that left me frustrated, as many in this chamber and many in the media have heard me air. Since then, I have asked questions, convened meetings, reviewed materials, spent time meeting with neighbors and many city departments. And I did all that because my community and certainly taxpayers deserve a clear plan before moving forward. And I'd like to address those issues in brief detail here. On public safety, this site has had persistent problems for years, including the tragic murder of Greyhound employee DeJuan Gaddis in 2022. And we spent significant time working through planning and coordination with the police department, and there will now be added security on site to keep travelers and neighbors alike safer. On operations, we now have a clear understanding of the transition plan, including a one-year bridge with the current operator and a long-term vision that should allow competing intercity bus operators to use this facility. And on traffic, we examined how this site handled substantially higher bus volumes before COVID, nearly double current activity, which gives some confidence that operations can be managed with the proper planning. There is still a lot of work to do, and I promise you all I plan to stay involved to hold parties accountable. But all of that aside, and despite my initial concerns, here is ultimately what brought me around and why I stand here today urging your support. This station is an important part of Chicago's multimodal transportation network right near Union Station. Serves roughly 470,000 riders a year. Some use it because it is the most affordable way to get to and from Chicago. Others use it to access reproductive health care at 2 nearby clinics at a time when access is being restricted in neighboring states. And I do also say I appreciate the support of Planned Parenthood in this acquisition. Now, I understand there are a lot of powerful people in this chamber opposing this acquisition. I also understand something else, that those nearly 500,000 riders are not powerful people. They don't have lobbyists, they don't write campaign checks, but they are people that matter. And they rely on affordable transportation, and they are our constituents too, and they frankly deserve to know who stands with them. And doing nothing, with a letter of intent that expires June 30th, I might add, doing nothing will leave riders with no bus station or, at best, waiting at the stop outside with a large deteriorating site on Harrison Street while the TIF is used for other purposes. So, for these reasons, I also ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate all of your time and ears. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item, and for the first time in City Council history, a double roll call vote has been requested. Before we do that, Alderwoman Taylor has requested to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm her presence online?
Alderman Taylor, are you there?
I'm here. Thank
Very
you.
well. Can we get a motion? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. And me, the chair, the ayes have it. Please use your e-vote application at this time to record your vote for item number 4.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. All right. Alderman LaSpada.
Yes.
LaSpada is a yes. Alderman Robinson. Robinson is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Knudsen. Alderman Knudsen. All right. Alderman Gardner. Yes. Gardner is a yes. So Alderman Knudsen, just double checking, you're not there? Okay, the voting is now closed.
Thank you. There are 38 yeas, 10 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the
All
vote.
those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. This motion fails. Congratulations, Chicago. Chair recognizes Chair Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 5 is ordinance 2026-0025502, assignment and assumption and amendment of lease agreements with North Park Village Campus for property at 5801 North Pulaski Road, Building G, Senate Apartments, and Building E, Preet Apartments in the 39th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hear no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is ordinance 2026-0025527, lease agreement with Logan Square Preservation for property at 2420 North Sacramento Avenue in the 35th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The remaining items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Items 7 through 12 are grouped together for convenience. They are under the sale of city-owned properties under the Urban, Agriculture, and Open Space Check Block Builder in the 6th, 9th, 10th, 21st, and 29th wards. The ordinances are Ordinance 2026-0025578, 0025548, 0025544, 0025540, and 0025543, and 0025541. I move passage of these 6 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 13 through 22 are for the market rate sale of city-owned property under the Child Block Builder platform in the 4th, 8th, 27th, 3rd, 15th, 27th, 29th, and 9th wards. The ordinances are ordinance 2026-0025551, 25546, 25545, 25549, 25553, 25550, 25538, 25554, 25552, and 25542. I move passage of these 10 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 23 and 24, as for the sale of city-owned property for the Missing Middle program under the Child Block Builder platform in the 28th ward. The ordinance numbers are ordinance 2026-0025539 and 2026-0025535. I move passage of those two items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Finally, item 25 is ordinance 2026-0025109, was a direct introduction for the ordinance amending ordinance 2018-9027 that passed in December of 2018 to correct errors in the ordinance and facilitated the acquisition of land from BNSF in the 25th ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. The chair recognizes Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, which held a committee meeting on June 11th, 2026. One item was recommended for passage, R 2026-0025433, which is a resolution expressing support for preservation and expansion of Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, program protections. I move passage of this resolution by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Very well. For the Committee on Licensed Consumer Protection, Chair recognizes Chair Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on June 9th, 2026, and the following items were passed by the committee. 02026-0025029, amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-073 by decreasing maximum number of lake vendor liquor licenses issued during any license period from 31 to 30. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
02026-0025367, renewal of designation of the 4th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 32nd precincts of the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
5 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 14th, 27th, 49th, and 50th wards. 02026-0025437 and others 0025439, 0025354, 0025355, and 0025384. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
02026-0025526 was held in committee. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, this committee report out will be handled by the Vice Chair. The Chair recognizes Vice Chair Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, which a meeting was held on Tuesday, June 9, 2026. The committee held subject matter hearing on the closures of the 93rd Street pedestrian bridge and the Carmen Avenue pedestrian walkway pursuant to Municipal Code Section 2-102-022. No votes were taken on this item. The committee also recommended the passage of OR 2026-0023422, which is an order calling for the City of Chicago to develop an Americans with Disabilities Act transition plan in accordance with the requirements of the ADA. For this item, there is a substitute to the order which adds language that the order does not create a private right of action, and it makes changes to the whereas clause for legal reasons. This substitute order was sent to all City Council members and distributed today. I move under Rule 33 to substitute the order passed out of committee with a substitute order by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I believe Alderman La Espada would like to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Do I need to be
Just a second, Alderman La Espada.
Nope.
Just a second. The chair recognizes Alderman La Espada.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, Mr. President, and thank you, Vice Chair Cruz, for more than ably reporting out in my absence. I'm really grateful for the committee's collaboration on this. I'm very glad to have worked with Department of Law, CDOT, MOPD, and others on language that is both effective for the city and also for the aims of this, which is compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We know that accessibility for anyone benefits everyone. When individuals with disabilities can move through our city more effectively, all of us benefit from that, whether we have a walker, a wheelchair, a stroller, or two able-bodied legs underneath us. This brings us into compliance with a goal put forward for municipalities with 50 or more employees to create an ADA transition plan, which is related to our facilities, but as well as the public way, and making sure that we are comprehensively planning and making pathways to remove barriers to accessibility. This council order is the first step. The real work takes place over the next few years of public engagement, of listening, and then crafting an effective plan and the path forward. But I'm grateful for this step, and I would very humbly ask the favorable consideration of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Cruz.
I move passage of this substitute order by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Are we passing the substitute first, then we can speak on it, or what are we doing?
We just accepted the substitute
Okay, I'm
already.
sorry. I missed
Now
that.
we are taking on the entire item. But
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to stand up and be definitely in support of this ordinance. I talked to the chairman about it, and there was a person who just recently passed in February by the name of Babette Payton. Many people knew her. She was a veteran, and she lived in my ward in one of my veterans buildings, and every constituent night, at least 4 out of 3 weeks, or sometimes 3 weeks out of a month, she would come there asking us to fight to make sure stores and places were more accessible. I mean, she would make it down there in her wheelchair. And so in her honor, I stand up and support this, and I thank Alderman La Espada for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there any other alders wish to speak to this item? Very well, the motion on the floor, hearing no objections, so ordered. The chair recognizes the vice chair.
Before the committee, there were also 372 routine traffic items. 4 items were held in committee, and the other 368 passed. The committee also passed the May Rule 45 report. If there are no objections, I move the passage of these 368 routine items and the May Rule 45 report by the first most favorable roll call from the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the
Hearing no
vote.
objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For the Committee on Public Safety, the chair recognizes Chair Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Public Safety, which held a meeting on May 12th, recessed and reconvened. The committee recommends passage of the following item: approval of the Rule 45 report, proposed ordinance of 2023-4596, donation of city vehicles to the Voices of Youth Ensemble, proposed ordinance 24866, assignment of community benefit funds to the Magnificent Mile Association as a service provider for public safety improvements in the area surrounding Bally's Casino, proposed ordinance 25424, amending various sections of the municipal code regarding purchase, collection, transportation, or disposal of airbags not attached to motor vehicles, and proposed ordinance 18155, donation to the police department of the city of Waukegan and fire department's bomb squad. If no one wishes to speak, I move passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated motion to reconsider.
Seeing no hands, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is one more item that was reported out of my Public Safety Committee with a due pass motion attached. It was deferred and published at a previous meeting and will be considered under unfinished business later in this meeting. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Chairman, did you mention item number 0021698?
Mr. President, that item is reported. That item was voted on in committee, but is being held in committee at the sponsor's request.
Very well. Can make sure that the clerk acknowledges that that item will be held. Thank you. And that is all for your committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chair recognizes Chair Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on May 13, 2026, the following items passed by the majority of the members present. Page 2 includes amendment of Municipal Code Title 2, 9, and 11, Ordinance 2026-0024966. Pages 3 and 4 include 25 ordinances and 1 amendment for the miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from Wards 17, 18, 19, 23, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 38, and 39. Page 6 includes items Ordinance 2026-0025216, an alley closing located in the 16th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the final Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. A very familiar voice around here. The Chair recognizes the Vice Chair.
It's deja vu, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, I'm presenting a report for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 6, 2026. The following item was passed by majority of members present. Page 1 contains document number O-2025-0016791, a map amendment for the address commonly known as 215 North Racine, located in the 27th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my first report. Presenting a series of reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on June 16, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains document number O-2026-0024930 regarding the updating and amending of various building code-related provisions. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2026-0025414 regarding static roof signs on West Waveland Avenue and North Sheffield Avenue facing into Wrigley Field. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 through 2 contain various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, in wards 1, 25, 27, 32, 34, 42, 45, and 50. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, pages 2 through 10 contain various map amendments in wards 2, 3, 7, 11, 12, 15, 20, 21, 25, 26, 27, 30, 32, 35, 36, 39, 43, 46, 48, and 50. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For agreed upon calendar, Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President, but before I move ahead, I just want to acknowledge, Alderman Quinn and I both want to acknowledge Streets and Sands for their recent work with us during this storm. For many of the Southside wards that were devastated, I want to thank Cole Stollard and his whole entire team, and want to thank my ward superintendent for the tremendous amount of work that they're still doing today, and I pray it don't get worse when I get back to the South Side. So I just want to acknowledge that none of what happened was all about God and what he wanted to do in terms of sending us a storm, but I am grateful to have Cole Stollard and his entire team help us to get our wards back to normalcy. So thank you.
Here, there we go. Here. Okay, we have Alders Quinn and O'Shea. The chair recognizes Alder Quinn.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I couldn't agree with you more. Cole Stollard, his team, Jimmy Sheehan, Mo Zidane, Ward Superintendent, Art Rodriguez from the Bureau of Electricity, just fantastic. They did yeoman's work, and in the 13th Ward, we're very fortunate. No one was injured. It was confirmed yesterday we had a tornado go through the 13th Ward, so we're very grateful for all the hard work. And the last thing I'll say is when situations like that happen, you really get to the heart of the city of Chicago, where neighbors are looking out for each other. People coming out of their houses with their own saws, ready to open up streets. So it makes you feel good about where you live. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Alderman O'Shea, you are recognized.
I couldn't agree more with my colleague. Oftentimes we're in this body, people want to talk about international issues and foreign policy. The people that elected us, they want to know that we're out there and we're working with city departments when it hits the fan. And last week in this city, last Wednesday night, the south side of our city was decimated by a horrible storm. And the job that the Department of Streets and Sanitation did, multiple bureaus working round the clock, doing their job in a time of need, just worked to the bone to open up streets, to help people in their worst times. Tens of millions of dollars of damage in my ward alone. Multiple houses significantly damaged, totaled. But the job that the Department of Streets and Sanitation did, folks, that's what we should be working on as a body, making sure that we're responding to the call. And my colleague here, Mr. Curtis, who served as a ward soup, and my colleague, Alderman Harris, who served, again, when I was living with my parents, the job they did during those several days after that storm, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, today, it continues. But it should really be recognized, everybody that took part in that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to echo gratitude to all the departments in the city that help us throughout this. As my colleague mentioned, thank God no lives were taken or nobody got hurt, but only getting hurt when picking up the branches with our strong staff also helping. I just want to also commend the staff in the office in the 14th Ward and our interns, that they have seen how we need to work hard to really provide good services to our communities. We were out there long hours last week, and the girls help a lot, the interns and the staffers. I want to give thanks to all of them, because we are thanking all the different departments throughout there, but our staff also and ourselves were doing God's job. And I want to really thank them all, because we're a team, and that's how we need to continue to provide the attended love care that our constituents deserve. And us being out there as aldermen, we also need to be out there, right, helping out. And it was no difference in the Southwest side. We were out there all Saturday, all Sunday. Even my husband also was helping out, cutting some branches, helping out the community. But also want to thank all of our volunteers and neighbors themselves that also, they take them upon themselves to move those branches and help out open those streets. Thank you all for the hard work. We also pray not to be bad today and the upcoming days, but I think we are ready. If something happens, we're ready to continue to serve. But thank you all for the hard work throughout the days, and thank you to my colleagues, because some of you that did not go ahead also reached out asking how we were doing. So I also appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabarez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise and want to commend the leadership of our Streets and Sanitation Commissioner Cole Stallard for working very hard and his team. We got hit very hard last week, not once, but twice from this storm. And everyone in Streets and Sanitation have been working long hours and have been working nonstop, including my ward superintendent, George Molina, as well as our division superintendent, Al Cacciatolo and Brian Flynn, Forestry. Everybody has been working long hours. I really want to thank them all for their hard work. It's much appreciated for answering the requests of our constituents. But I also want to acknowledge also Buildings Commissioner Marlene Hopkins, because in our ward, St. Nicholas of Tullantine School, their entire roof blew off on top of a home, and the family there was trapped. And I called Commissioner Marlene Hopkins, and she quickly got a high lift there to make sure that the family got out and was able to get out of there. So I want to thank her as well for her leadership. And I also want to thank my staff, because they have been working very hard, nonstop every day. My Chief of Staff, Ro, and Emma, Jason, Edith, Jonathan, answering the calls, inputting the data, and making sure that every single resident is heard and their concerns are addressed. So I want to thank them for their hard work. Notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Hall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand to rise to thank Cole Stallard, Jimmy Sheehan in Forestry, my ward superintendent, Darrell Smith, and also the residents of the 6th Ward for being patient through this entire process. And I do believe that we've come to know each other more neighborly, but also we gained a different respect for each other. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much. Chairman Harris, thank you for bringing this up, because I definitely was going to say something, and I think all of us are. I don't think there's not a person in here that do not appreciate what occurred in terms of the departments doing what they were supposed to do. No doubt, Commissioner Stallard is a stalwart in his leadership. And Jim Sheehan, I just really take my hat off to him. I know from my staff and everything they were doing from the time they started driving around, which took a lot of pressure off of my phone, and Streets and Sand responded. But I really got to give credit not only to my staff who was out there in my ward soup, but to my constituents for understanding. This was tough, you all. And understanding that when people just think their lights are out or something like that, they don't know what's going on. They're used to things coming on in a day or two. So it was just not some type of transformer, but to have trees on individual lines, and instead of one switch flipping on 1,500 households, they had to triage each one, and Streets and Sand had to get involved with that in forestry to do that. And I want to just commend my constituents for understanding during this time, so we can help people with actual trees that were on people's houses. I constantly stayed in touch, whether it was on Facebook Live by candlelight, because I felt their pain. 4 days out without lights and trying to help other people is tough. But you know what? When I drove around, and I even called Alderman Hall, I felt his pain, and I'm like, man, you got more trees on houses than I can imagine. And are you good, brother? And so that, I think that's what people were doing as a whole. And I want to commend this city and your leadership, Mayor, for making sure that we stood up so that we can tackle this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You know, it is something to see a tree pulled up from its roots and laying in the middle of the street. It shows you the power of Mother Nature, which I don't think many of us really take into consideration on a day-to-day basis. But I wanted to not only thank Cole Stollard and Jimmy Sheehan and my ward soup, Nick Napier. I also wanted to thank Corey Foster from Commonwealth Edison, who was on the line whenever he picked up the phone every time. And I know many of you probably called him. He picked up that phone right away and called us back and worked with us to try to put the lights back on. Sometimes it didn't come on quite fast enough, but they came back on. And I want to thank Commissioner Angela Green, because she was out there with her staff. Some of my residents had to go to hotels because the lights didn't come on right away. And I want to thank my constituents who brought food and water over to some of my senior buildings to make sure that they were fine in that situation. This was indeed something to see. I hope we don't get many more of them, but I know with climate change, it looks like this might be how things are going to be for a while. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for really helping to pull people together and get a response that worked for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Chico, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I want to thank Cole Stoller, Jimmy Sheehan, my ward superintendent, Danny Munoz, my staff. But I also want to comment on the professionalism of our streets and sand staff. I couldn't imagine waking up or going outside and having a tree literally on your roof or on your car, wondering how you're going to get to work, wondering how you're going to take your kids to their activities. And that's a very traumatic experience for our residents. But to see the level of professionalism that was handled by our streets and sand staff, the 10th Ward is forever grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to join in the chorus of accolades and appreciation for Commissioner Cole Stollard, Jimmy Sheehan, and everybody on their team. My acting ward soup, Dan Gonzalez, our sign hanger, even Mark, everybody, it was all hands on deck in the Streets and Sands Department, as was the Electrical Bureau at CDOT. I got to know a couple of people that work the late shift that pick up that line. Brian Ripley, talked to him 2 nights in a row. And every single time, taking the notes and just giving us updates on when power is going to come back on. We were fortunate that we weren't hit as bad as some of my colleagues were in other wards, but nonetheless, as Chair Dowell said, it's something to see a giant tree lift up concrete from the roots and crush a car and land in an empty lot across the street. Thank God it was an empty lot. There were too many stories like that, but really appreciate the yeoman's work of everybody in city services that have helped to get everything back in order. I know today's another day. We can't see what's going on outside. I got at least 1 tree down, guys. Check your offices. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're welcome. Alderman Curtis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to thank Department of Streets and Sanitation for a job well done. Also, we had a lot of other departments, water department joined in and transportation. Actually, I don't know, I guess my colleague Alderman Harris didn't get the memo. We wasn't gonna even talk about this today because we knew it was gonna be a long day. And yesterday when I talked with Cole, we was down the street, the guy has a heart of, oh my God, you know, he would never want to sit here and listen to this now. But the one thing he did say, I guess budget season is going to be really good for me this year. You know, so I want to thank him. We went out and I bought 2 saws, and it was great. It felt great to get back on. We had 11. At first, it was 11 tornadoes. It turned into 13 tornadoes that actually hit Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. And it was amazing how everyone came together and joined together. you know, we did have, unfortunately, and I know you all have it in your wards, where, you know, this thankless job that we have, we also had a lot of the people on social media bashing us like crazy because their lights was out and the trees was on top of their lawns and the houses. You know, they actually wanted us to go out there and say, Lord, let there be light in the storm. But, you know, we can't do that. We're not God. But we want to thank the ones that were patient because there was a lot that were patient. And it really felt good going out there, helping out. It was a long time doing this, long time. So back in the days, ward superintendents, we only really worried about the wintertime during the snow. But now that we have people going to the moon and the atmosphere, we have to worry about these storms because they're getting closer and closer. So I want to thank all those departments, and too bad that Streets and Sand didn't come down for this. Cole will be crying right now. Thanks a lot.
No, they watch all the time, trust me. Everybody watches City Council. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Mr. President, I highly doubt Cole is watching right now. I'm thinking he's a little busy, but I just want to jump on the parade for everybody else, for him and his staff. Unfortunately, when you thank somebody, you always forget somebody. So just a blanket thank you to everybody. The northwest side didn't get hit nearly as hard as the south side did, but my residents were unusually acceptable to the problems and everything. So also, I want to give a little kudos here, outgoing Commissioner Julie Hernandez-Tomlin. She had a little bit to do with this, getting equipment out there for everybody and everything. So Julie, thanks for all you did with this, and I wish you the best of luck, or best wishes. I don't believe in luck. Best wishes in your future. So, Mr. President, I just want to thank everybody. So everybody did a great job. Every worker, down from the commissioner to the worker. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to join the chorus in appreciation for Commissioner Stallard and Deputy Commissioner Sheet for all of their work. I also want to thank my ward superintendent, George Velasquez, and First Ward Superintendent, Alex de la Cruz. They have a great relationship. They do dual work, both in 1st and 26th, because we border one another. And then all my staff that took hundreds of calls from families who either were without power or had their roofs torn apart or had their vehicles smashed by trees. And the quick response that our residents had for one another and taking care of one another. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Omar Martinez and Lakeisha from ComEd. I mean, I called them quite a bit. We had a transformer go out. We had several precincts without power. And they were just great in coordinating with forestry, getting a team out and restoring power as quickly as possible. When you have natural disasters the way we had in the last several days, it's not easy to address a city as large as Chicago, but forestry and ComEd showed up. And that's exactly what this city is made of. It's made of power, it's made of coordination and collective will to make sure people are safe. So thank you for all the work in Streets and Sanitation and ComEd for their resilience and what we're about to see today and the extra hours they're about to put in to make sure that our communities can continue. Thanks.
You're welcome. Alderman Alderman Mosley, you are recognized.
Mr. President, I want to thank Streets and Sands for their diligence in coming out. I want to thank you for coming out. You all came out and saw what looked like the impossible, and it made relief possible. It made pathways clear possible. It made lights being turned back on possible. I want to join, thanks to ComEd, we mentioned Corey, I think Melissa's been named too. But I found myself back in my college days saying, thank God for a Spelman woman, and that Spelman woman was Keisha Parker. So thank you for that. I also want to thank Lori Lipson. Our first priority in the 21st Ward was getting our senior buildings back on. And she was there to make sure that not only was power restored, but residents had dignity throughout the process, and they maintained their access to food and other vital services. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Lipson. And again, the strength of our neighborhoods are always on show in challenging moments. And Brainerd Park and Maple Park were hit the hardest, and I'm really thankful for the inspiration and leadership that Corey Carter of Maple Park gave, calling back to the roots. We talk about roots coming up out of the ground and so forth, where roots were on full display when Corey Carter called back to the time in Maple Park where the man went out and cleared debris during a storm. And that was on full display. And I look forward to, if it's needed again, I know it will be there. Thank you all.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to share what my colleague said too, that the Northwest Side took a little bit of a hit as well, and we've taken it a lot in the last couple of years with the trees coming down in the neighborhood. I have to really thank Commissioner Stollard, Sheehan, and Hernandez for all the work they put on the Northwest Side. A lot of people forget that it even exists up there. But drove around my ward superintendent for the last couple of days, and kudos to Streets and Sanitation, the department itself. They're like air traffic controllers right now, trying to allocate resources to all parts of the city with what we have and where we need it. And I just want to tell them that it's very important that they know that their work is being noticed, and we appreciate it on Northwest Side of Chicago, and as you can tell right now in the entire city of Chicago. But thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President.
Of course. Alderman Vasquez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wanted to join my colleagues in thanking Department of Streets and Sand, the Bureau of Forestry, ComEd as well for all the work being done. I think, especially in this moment, we think about how hard some of these jobs are. There's not a lot that are harder than now for the Streets and Sand in the current time we're in. I also wanted to thank the Bureau of Forestry for the work they do every other day. Some of the tree trim work that they've done, removal of trees that were dead, actually made it so there was less trees that were coming and being turned over by the storm. And I think that should be acknowledged and appreciated because it is a lot of work every single day that they do. And so I wanted to add my thank yous to the chorus from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are welcome. Are there any other alders before we go back to the agreed upon calendar? Very well. Seeing no other hands, Alderwoman Harris for the agreed upon calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from the city clerk, Andrea M. Valencia, a total of 118 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, and tributary resolutions from Clerk Valencia and the following alderpersons: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Robinson, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson Moore, Alderperson O'Shea, Alderperson Mosley, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Taliaferro, Alderperson Wagasback, Alderperson Mix, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Knudsen, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, Alderperson Clay, and Alderperson Hatton, and 4 additional from Alderman Dow, Alderperson Casada, and Alderperson Harris. That concludes my report. This is agreed calendar, and I move it in the omnibus.
Very well. There's a motion for the passage of this agreed upon calendar in the omnibus. Hearing no objections, so ordered. New business, Mr. Clerk. We'll begin with the 50th Ward.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Haddon has a proposed ordinance for the honorary street designation as Honorary Lindsay Sullivan Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Martin has a proposed ordinance for designation of segments of West Lawrence Avenue right-of-way on map numbers 11H, 11G, 13H, and 13G as transient-oriented development street, an amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0602F, designating portion of West Lawrence Avenue as a transient-oriented development street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for designation of a segment of North Ravenswood Avenue right-of-way on map number 11-H as a transient-oriented development street, an amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0602F, designating portions of North Ravenswood Avenue as a transient-oriented development street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Martin and Alderman Vasquez have a proposed ordinance for designation of a segment of Northwestern Avenue right-of-way on map numbers 9H, 9I, 11H, 11I, 13H, and 13I as a transient-oriented development street, an amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0602F, designating portions of Northwestern Avenue as a transient-oriented development street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Martin has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-2-0303B, exempting properties located within additional dwelling unit allowed RS area boundaries from minimum lot area per dwelling unit restrictions, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Clay has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Lois Juanita Ellington Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Gardner has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Lawrence Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Knutson has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-103, to include electrical substations to public and civic use groups categories, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Two committees called. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Knutson also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Elks National Memorial, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Knutson also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Allen Mealis Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Riley has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, that disallow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Chicago Avenue and North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 225 West Randolph Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-5-010, establishing home occupation business license fees, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Barack Hussein Obama Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Riley and Alderperson Beal have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title II by modifying various chapters and sections regarding the City Council Committee oversight power, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Corporation Counsel's Office, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Napolitano has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 8750 West Bryn Mawr Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 7-38-117, establishing mobile food vendor stand at 2400 West Gunnison Street, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events and Cultural Affairs. Alderperson Nugent has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Terry Cath Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Nathan Diaz Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 10-21-040, requiring persons owning underground facilities to provide and maintain geographic information system map of said facility, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3577 West Grand Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez-Sanchez has proposed ordinance for designation of segments of West Lawrence Avenue right-of-way on map number 13-I as pedestrian street, and amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0503D, modifying pedestrian streets on portions of West Lawrence Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez-Sanchez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Lawrence Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Wagensback has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3319 North Ashland Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Cruz has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 30th Ward Automatic Expense Account to the Wage Allowance Account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Irvin has proposed ordinance for opening of a public way in the area bounded by West Maypole Avenue, North Kedzie Avenue, West Lake Street, and North Holman Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Irvin also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2551 West Cermak Road and 3338 West Lake Street, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-6-0403F, requiring by right permitting for residential storage warehouses in Planned Manufacturing District 4B, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 17-6-0403, regarding permitting and size restrictions for sports recreation uses in planned manufacturing districts, which is referred to Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1242 West Washington Boulevard, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has proposed ordinance for dedication of public area or public way in area bounded by West Grand Avenue, North Halsted Street, West Chicago Avenue, and the North Branch of the Chicago River, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Tabarez has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mamie and E.L. Till Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Rodriguez has a proposed resolution to call on U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros to resign as U.S. Attorney from Northern District of Illinois and on Department of Justice to ensure full review of obligations and matters connected to Operation Midway Blitz, Broadway prosecutions, and other related proceedings, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Alderperson Mosley has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Germaine A. Pelt Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Taylor has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 6623 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Moore has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mamie and E.L. Till Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of South Ashland Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Lopez also has a proposed resolution to support Chicago Park District designation of Northerly Island as Pope Leo XIV Northerly Island, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events and Cultural Affairs. Alderperson Lopez and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the application of City Council authority to revoke tax incentives when purpose of such incentives is not fulfilled pursuant to Municipal Code Section 2-45-165, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Quinn has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-8, by adding a new Section 2-8-036 requiring 3/5 affirmative vote of aldermen for ordinance authorizing debt issuance, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Lee has a proposed ordinance for approval of a release of use restriction covenant for vacated alley in area bounded by West 28th Place, South Stewart Avenue, West 29th Street, and South Canal Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lee also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-6-320, modifying licensing requirements and regulations for massage establishments, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Lee and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on addressing concerns on investing in Office of Victim Services instead of Emergency Housing and Legal Aid, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for an honorary designation as Stephen Roman Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Yancey has a proposed resolution to call for establishment of a Small Business Bill of Rights, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Alderperson Robinson has a proposed order for a permit fee waiver for the property at 3351 South Giles Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Robinson also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-68-032, including 4300 through 4600 South Oakenwall in seasonal parking permit program, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Robinson also has proposed a resolution to call on the Illinois General Assembly to pass Senate Bill 2801 and House Bill 4471, prohibiting sale and transfer of semi-automatic guns to civilians, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Dowell has a proposed ordinance for opening of South Dearborn Avenue from West 24th Street to West 23rd Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Dowell also has a proposed ordinance for dedication of streets and alleys in the area bounded by West 23rd Street, South State Street, West 24th Street, and South Dearborn Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Dowell also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Titles 1, 2, 4, and 14 by modifying various sections regarding debt checks, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Hopkins has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Lucien Lagrange Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Laspada has a proposed ordinance for a municipal code, amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to disallow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Fullerton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. And Alderman Laspada has a proposed ordinance for a correction of the approval of the Belmore Estates subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. For the approval of the journal, the chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the May 20th, 26th meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am aware of 3 pieces of unfinished business. The first piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Lawson, and I defer to him.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes. Chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to withdraw that item.
Very well, this item has been withdrawn. Alderman Mitchell, any other unfinished business?
The second piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Lopez. However, because this report was initially considered by the Committee on Public Safety, I defer to Chairman Hopkins.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This matter was heard in committee, duly considered and voted on by the committee by a 10 to 5 roll call. A do not pass recommendation was issued by the committee. The matter was before this body, and a request to defer and publish was issued. That is its current status, and I will yield to the lead sponsor, Alderman Lopez.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. President, members of the City Council. Noticed up was a Rule 41 notice for 02023-005-298, commonly referred to as the Parental Accountability Notice, Ordinance, excuse me. As Alderman and Chairman Hopkins mentioned, this received a do not pass previously in committee. However, after meeting with many of my colleagues, we've prepared a substitute version that addresses many of the issues. However, just as a matter of procedure, in order to have a discussion on this, we need to first, with the body's consent, move to disapprove of the committee report, put the substitute before us, and then make a decision if this body so chooses. So I would ask for this body's favorable consideration for the purposes first of disapproving the recommendation of the committee so that we can then put the substitute, which is sponsored by 11 aldermen, before this body.
Very well, there's a motion on the floor to disapprove this item. All those in favor of the disapproval? All right, there's a request for a roll call vote for the disapproval of the item 023-005-298. Very well, so we are really making history today. The clerk will provide the item for you to record your vote using your e-vote application at this time. Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you explain to us all what we are doing?
Right, so the item of which we are about to vote on, this item was recommended to not pass in the committee. Alderman Lopez, who is the sponsor of this item, has requested for that vote to be disapproved. So in other words, if you vote yes for the disapproval of this item, then the item is no longer not passed in committee, which then allows for other motions to be attached to that item. So to disapprove it gives room for this body to have other considerations for this item. If you vote no, you wish to adhere and uphold and substantiate the vote that was performed in committee, which was recommended to not pass.
Thank you.
It's open, correct? Okay. Voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device to mark your vote. Okay, we'll now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderman LaSpada.
No.
Alderman LaSpada is a no. Alderperson Robinson. No. Alderperson Robinson is a no. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a no. Alderwoman Lee. Alderwoman Lee is a no. Alderwoman Taylor.
No.
Alderwoman Taylor is a no. Alderwoman Mitz. Alderwoman Mitz.
No.
Alderwoman Mitz is a no. Alderman Knutson. Alderman Knutson. Okay, voting is now closed.
There are 16 yeas, 32 nays. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell, are you aware of any other unfinished business?
Let me see. The third piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Beal, and I defer to him.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to bring attention back to a illegal underground network that is in the city of Chicago. Mr. President, we have passed out of committee to legalize VGT machines here in the city of Chicago, which I will tell you as of today, there have been applications for VGTs in 47 wards in the city of Chicago. 47 wards have pending VGT applications. We know that we need this revenue from the VGTs, and we know that eventually, once the city gets up and operational, that we will bring in between $60 and $100 million on the low end. Out of those applications that were approved just last Thursday, there was a handful of applications that were approved by the Illinois Gaming Board. Once those applications got approved, they come to the city of Chicago to get a license. And as of today, they still cannot obtain a license here in the city of Chicago. So what does that mean? That we are constantly losing out on revenue. Again, we are losing out on revenue. Well, today I put before an ordinance to ban sweepstakes machines. There are 7,000 illegal sweepstakes machines in the city of Chicago operating that we know of. Again, that we know of. How much revenue are we getting from those machines? Zero tax revenue from those machines. Why? Because they are not recognized by the Illinois Gaming Board as being legal machines. Now, some people say there's a gray area. Well, I talked to a high-ranking state official yesterday, and he affirmed to me again that there is no gray area as it relates to the state of Illinois, who regulates these machines. According to the state is saying there are no legal sweepstakes machines. So there's no gray area that we're talking about. It's either you're legal or you're not. And I understand that, we have people in our ward that have these illegal machines, and they're saying that, well, we don't want to hurt those people. I get it. There is a legal path for people who have machines that want the legal machines. There is a path for them. What is that path? fill out the application, try to get approved by the Illinois Gaming Board. That's your path. But there is no path for all the gas stations, beauty salons, barber shops, massage parlors, things like, there's no path for them because they don't have a liquor license or a food or beverage license today. So we can't protect people that are not going to, abide by the rules and regulations that we have put forward. There's some areas in this city that have 20 to 30 machines in a gas station. That's a mini casino operating illegally that we're not getting a dime from. Now, Bally's just put out a letter that they sent to all of us about VGTs. How come Bally's didn't say nothing about illegal sweepstakes? How come Bally ain't fighting illegal sweepstakes if we're undermining them with VGTs and they're threatening to sue the city, but they're not threatening to say, hey, let's shut down these illegal machines that's also hurting us? So we can't talk out of both sides of our face when we're saying what's legal and what's not. Now, here in this body, we are supposed to abide by the law. Well, we can't pick and choose. Well, I don't want to abide by the law because I know people who got illegal machines, and so I'm going to turn a blind eye to it. What's the difference? Some people saying we're hurting black and brown businesses that need these machines, that it's going to hurt people that are trying to get employed. What's the difference between turning a blind eye than the drug boy on the corner that's selling weed and selling cocaine? They're employing youth too, aren't they? Are we going to turn a blind eye to them because I know them? I don't want to hurt small businesses? Come on, y'all. This is a slam dunk for us to move forward, to do what's right, to maximize the revenue from video gaming terminals that this body has approved that we're looking to get revenue from. So I don't want to labor the point because we've talked about this, and I'm personally tired of talking about this. But I will tell you, Pennsylvania just, the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania just ruled yesterday that there are no sweepstakes machines that are legal. They're considered gaming machines. So there is now case law in place that shows that these machines are illegal. Now, when the fight goes, people refer to case law. They refer to what other people have said and what other jurisdictions have done. And so I guarantee you that that's going to make its way to Chicago. And let me just also add, some people want to say, let's find a pathway for the sweepstakes machines to become legal. Well, I guarantee you, if this body tries to legalize and capitalize on illegal machines, the Illinois Gaming Board will sure enough file a lawsuit against the city of Chicago if we try to go down that route. So let's do the right thing. Let's stop this illegal underground market that's happening here in the city of Chicago, and let's pass this ban that's already in place because they're illegal. We just need to make the department to go out and do their job because they should already be doing this. And so let's do the right thing. Let's move forward. Let's ban these machines. And Mr. President, as always, I'll refer to Alderman Irvin, who always contradicts what I just said.
Before I recognize the great contradictor, Alderman Bill, do you have a motion that you wish to make first?
A motion do pass on the ordinance to ban sweepstakes machines.
Very well. And that item number is SO 2026-0024076. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to? The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please remind the alderman of the 9th Ward that it's not my fault that I'm always right. But let's truly talk about what the gentleman just stated. The word illegal. If an item is illegal, then it is illegal, meaning that it does not comply with the law. But that's the question here. Because if it's illegal, what do we need to do? If the state has said it is illegal, it's illegal. What are we talking about then? The issue that is being raised is that you have machines that are legal, that have been designated so by the Illinois Appellate Court. I live in Illinois. I don't know where. I've been to Pennsylvania one time, but I live in the state of Illinois. And the law of the land in the state of Illinois is that amusement devices are legal. That's what we're talking about here. Now, if you have an illegal device, then I agree at 244 with Alderman of the 9th Ward that those devices should be dealt with if they do not comply with the law, which those that are connected to the internet that do not comply, the other factors that create things that do not comply, those items need to be dealt with. But there are devices that are legal under state law and under case law in the state of Illinois. Those devices need to be left alone because they are legitimate, they are legal under state statute and under case law here in the state of Illinois. Ultimately, this boils down to one thing. I do not believe that the VGT revenue, I'll never forget this statement that somebody gave me. It seems like in government, we're tripping over $100 bills to pick up nickels, because that's what we get from a VGT machine, 5 cents on the dollar versus 22 cents on the dollar at Bally's or the casino here in the city of Chicago. That's a different argument, but again, let's put this all in perspective. The Illinois Gaming Board is correct. If a machine is illegal, it is within their jurisdiction. These machines are not, because they are not gaming devices. They are amusement devices. And I think the biggest thing that kind of comes back to me is that this body, not this session of the body, had an opportunity to create opportunities for black and brown folks in the cannabis space. And what did we do? We let the gates go wide open in cannabis. We are poised to make the same mistake again around this issue of video gaming, because I cannot find a single solitary Negro or Hispanic that is in this business. So we're about to give up hundreds of millions of dollars to people that do not look like over 50% of the population, bordering 60 and 70% of the population in the city of Chicago. Help me to understand what sense that makes. Now, here we are sitting up in here, majority minority city, but when it comes down to the dollars, we want to give all the money away. Help me to understand why we would take a position that is not going to enhance our communities or enhance the people that we represent, but just to give the money away to a very small, select group of people. Again, deja vu. I remember the same conversation we had when we tried to hold up on cannabis. Same thing happening again, giving millions or billions potentially down the road to a very small, select group of people. Tell me, where does that make sense? Who signs up to put their own communities in peril, not only in that point, but not even seeing the economic benefit from it? Again, I took this job to do one thing is to do no harm. And this piece of legislation does harm. And on top of that, since our folks are locked out of the VGT space, locked out the cannabis space, In a legal sense, they have a method to participate, and we want to take that away. Tell me, what sense does that make? Why did we sign up to come down here to take money out of the hands of black folks? That makes no sense. That we would sit back and take, literally, by the stroke of a pen, take money out of the communities, out of the businesses in our respective communities. Now, again, you got an illegal machine? Yeah, we need to go after it and deal with it, and the state is basically saying those machines are illegal. They need to be dealt with. But those who are operating within the confines of the law, those who are asking to be taxed, not at 5 cents on the dollar, which is what we'll get from a VGT machine, but at a level higher than that, that we have an opportunity to set and regulate. Again, we're tripping over $100 bills to pick up nickels. I understand that we want to do what we believe is right and look at some money down the road, and help me to understand this one. The state said, yeah, once we get the money, we can renegotiate. Tell me, when in the world has the state of Illinois ever gave us $1 back after they got their hands on it? As Jeanette Taylor says, I'll wait. Come on, y'all. I think we have to be a little more cognizant and think through the decisions that we're making financially. This is ultimately going to be a bad deal for the taxpayers of this city. When we can generate more money in a way, and everybody is talking about we need revenue, while I understand that there is some revenue that will come from VGTs, there is a whole lot more revenue that we can get if we leverage over $300 million with the state of Illinois to not only help the city of Chicago, but to potentially help our whole operation throughout the state of Illinois, because they're getting the same thing at 5 cents on the dollar. There's an old saying, you put somebody in the desert and you leave them in the desert long enough and you give them a saltine and they'll tell you it's a Ritz. But damn it, I eat well and I don't eat saltines. And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna close with this. Let's not continue to make the same mistakes economically. Let's not continue to lock people out that historically have been from disinvested communities. Let's not continue the same path. We did it with cannabis. We're looking to do it again with the gaming, and then again with these amusement devices. Not illegal machines, they're amusement devices that have the opportunity to generate revenue for the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President, and with that, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item, item SO 2026-0024076, Municipal Code Chapter 4-156, defining and prohibiting installation or use of sweepstakes machines, which was initially deferred in order to be published at the May 20th, 2026 City Council meeting. And that vote has been requested to be a roll call vote. Please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Voting is now open. Okay, we'll now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderman LaSpada.
No.
Alderman LaSpada is a no. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis is a no. Alderwoman Taylor.
No.
Alderwoman Taylor is a no. Alderwoman Mitz.
No.
Alderwoman Mitz is a no.
No.
Thank you. Alderwoman Mitz is a no. Alderwoman Nugent. Sorry, it came through. Alderman Knudsen. Alderman Knudsen. Okay, voting is now closed.
There are 15 yeas, 33 nays. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell, are you aware of any other unfinished business? I am not aware of any further unfinished business. Miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell. It's getting late.
Mr. President, there are 5 pieces of miscellaneous business. 1 was filed by Alderman Conway, and 4 were filed by Alderman Lopez. The first 4 pieces of miscellaneous business were filed by Alderman Lopez, and I defer to him.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. As much as people would love to hear me talk about 4 more items, after consultation with the chairman, I'm going to withdraw this motion.
Very well. Those motions for those 4 items have been withdrawn. For the other item, Alderman Mitchell.
All right. 1 second. Because he had... No, I got it. For the final piece of miscellaneous business, I defer to Alderman Conway.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have great news. I rise on something totally not controversial. I rise today to ask for your favorable consideration of a Scrivener's error, a correction of the journal from February 18, 2026. This is a simple correction to include 19 South LaSalle's landmark fee waiver in the journal, which was passed by the City Council at that meeting. In the absence of a recent Rules Committee meeting, I'm asking you all to vote yes on this item to continue the adaptive reuse of 19 South LaSalle into 207 new apartments. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you, Alderman Conway, for your motion to discharge. This motion to discharge from the Committee on Rules for further consideration of this ordinance. Make the motion for the discharge, please.
I move to discharge this item from.
Very well. All those in favor of the discharging of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. All right, so now the item has been discharged. So this ordinance is now officially before us. Alderman Conway, could you just offer up again what the correction is,
Yeah,
and then it would require a motion for the passage of the item that was discharged.
It's a correction to the journal from the meeting, February 18, 2026, to include 19 South LaSalle's landmark fee waiver, which was passed by City Council at that meeting. And with that, I make a move to pass. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say no. This motion passes on the motion to reconsider. Alderman Mitchell.
I move to reconsider the vote.
Consideration of this vote signify by saying aye. All those who oppose say nay. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I am not aware of any further miscellaneous business.
For the date and time of the next meeting, Alderman Mitchell.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting date and time of the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the City Council chambers on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered for the omnibus call. Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered for adjournment. Alderman Mitchell.
There being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.